Go and check, I say. Make sure. Then I go to a chair by the window, wondering again what error we could have made. My mind rips through dozens of possibilities, but the truth is that my information is incomplete. I can't devise countermeasures if I do not know the nature of this supposed error. Finally, I glare at Marta. Find out. I don't care what you have to do. Find out what the mistake is. Chapter 66. At 20 to noon that same Wednesday, Knight pushed Isabel in the swing at the playground inside the gardens of the Royal Hospital. Luke had figured out the swing on his own and was pumping wildly with his feet and hands, trying to get higher and higher. Knight kept slowing him down gently. "Daddy!" Luke yelled in frustration. "Lukey goes up!" "Not so up," Knight said. "You'll fall out and crack your head." "No, Daddy," Luke grumbled. Isabel laughed. "Lukey already has a cracked head." That did not go over well. Knight had to take them off the swings and separate them. Isabel in the sandbox and Luke on the jungle gym. When they'd finally become absorbed in their play, he yawned, checked his watch, another hour and a quarter until Marta was scheduled to return, and went to the bench and his iPad, which he'd been using to track the news coverage. The country, and indeed the entire world, was in an uproar over the slayings of Gao Ping, An Wu, and Wenbo Li. Heads of state around the globe were condemning Cronus, the Furies, and their brutal tactics. So were the athletes. Knight clicked on a hyperlink that led him to a BBC News video. It led with reaction to the killings of the Chinese coaches and featured parents of athletes from Spain, Russia, and the Ukraine who fretted about security and wondered whether to dash their children's dreams and insist that they leave. The Chinese had protested vigorously to the International Olympic Committee and issued a release stating their frustration that the host nations seemed unable to provide as safe a venue for the Games as Beijing had 4 years before in Beijing. But the BBC story then tried to lay blame for the security breaches. There were plenty of targets, including F7, the corporate security firm hired to run the surveillance equipment at the venues. An F7 spokesman vigorously defended their operation, calling it state-of-the-art and run by the most qualified people in the business. The BBC piece also noted that the computer security system had been designed by representatives of Scotland Yard and MI5 and had been touted as impenetrable and unbeatable before the start of the Games. But neither law enforcement organisation was responding to questions about what were obviously serious breaches. That left the focus on an embattled Mike Lancer, who'd faced the cameras after several members of Parliament had called for him to step down or be fired. "I'm not one to dodge blame when it's warranted," Lancer said, sounding alternately angry and grief-stricken. "These terrorists have managed to find cracks in our system that we could not see. Let me assure the public that we are doing everything in our power to plug these cracks. And I know that Scotland Yard, MI5, F7, and Private are doing everything they can to find these murderers and stop them, before any other tragedy can befall what should rightly be a global celebration of youth and renewal." In response to the calls for Lancer's head, LOCOG chairman Marcus Morris was playing the stiff upper-lip Brit, adamantly opposed to giving ground to Cronus and positive that Lancer and the web of UK security forces in place would prevent further attacks, find the killers, and bring them to justice. Despite the overall gloomy tone of the piece, the video closed on something of a positive note. The scene was the Olympic Village, where, shortly after dawn, hundreds of athletes poured out onto the lawns and pavements. They burned candles in memory of the slain, American diver Hunter Pierce, Cameroonian sprinter Filatri Mundaho, and the girls of the Chinese gymnastics team had spoken, denouncing the murders as an insane, unwarranted, and direct assault on the fabric of the Games. The piece closed with the reporter noting that police divers were continuing to probe the murky depths of the Thames near its confluence with the River Lee. They had found evidence that the speedboat that had slammed into the river wall had contained explosives. No bodies had turned up. "These facts do not bode well for an already shaken London Olympics," he'd intoned, ending the story. Night. Sun reporter Karen Pope was coming through the gate into the playground, looking anxious and depressed. Knight frowned. "How did you find me here?" "Hooligan told me you like to come here with your kids," she replied, and her unease deepened. "I tried your house first, then came here." "What's wrong?" Knight asked. "Are you all right?" "No. I'm not, actually," the reporter said in a shaky voice as she sat down on the bench with him. Tears welled in her eyes. "I feel like I'm being used." "Cronus." "And the Furies," she said, wiping angrily at her tears. "I didn't ask for it, but I have become part of their insanity, their terror. At first, I admit it. I welcomed the story. Bloody brilliant for the career and all that, but now—" Pope choked up and looked away. "He's written to you again." She nodded and in a lost voice said, "I feel like I've sold my soul, Knight." At that, he saw the reporter in an entirely new light. Yes, she was abrasive and insensitive at times, but deep down she was human. She had a soul and principles, and this case tore at both. His estimation of Pope rose immeasurably. "Don't think that way," Knight said. "You don't support Cronus, do you?" "Of course not," she sniffed. "Then you're just doing your job, a difficult thing but necessary. Do you have the letter with you?" Pope shook her head. "I dropped it off with Hooligan this morning." She paused. "A messenger brought it to me last night at my flat. He said 2 fat women met him in front of King's College and gave him the letter to deliver. They were wearing official Olympic volunteer uniforms." "It fits," Knight said. "What reason did Cronus give for killing the Chinese?" "He claims that they were guilty of state-sponsored child enslavement. Cronus claimed that China routinely ignored Olympic age rules, doctoring birth certificates in order to force children into what was effectively athletic servitude. These practices were also fraud. Ping and Wu knew that 60% of the Chinese women's gymnastics team was underage. So did Wenbo Li, who Cronus claimed was the architect of the entire scheme. There are plenty of supporting documents, Pope said. Cronus makes the case quite well. The letter says the Chinese enslaved underage children for state glory, and that the punishment was death. She looked at Knight, crying again. I could have published it all last night. I could have called my editor and made the deadline for today's paper. But I couldn't, Knight. They know where I live. Lukey wants milk, Daddy, Luke said. Knight turned from the distraught reporter to find his son staring at him expectantly. Then Isabel appeared. I want milk too. Bollocks, Knight muttered, and then said apologetically, I forgot the milk, but I'll go and get some right now. This is Karen. She works for the newspaper. She's a friend of mine. She'll sit with you until I get back. Pope frowned. I don't think— 10 minutes, Knight said. 15 tops. The reporter looked at Luke and Isabel, who studied her, and said reluctantly, OK. I'll be right back, Knight promised. He ran across the playground and out through the Royal Hospital grounds towards his home in Chelsea. The one-way trip took 6 minutes exactly, and he arrived sweating and breathing hard. Knight put his key in the lock and was upset to find the door unlocked. Had he forgotten to secure it? It was completely unlike him, but he was operating on limited, broken sleep, wasn't he? He stepped inside the front hallway. A floorboard creaked somewhere above him, and then a door clicked shut. Chapter 67. Knight took 4 quiet steps to the front hall closet and reached up high on a shelf for his spare Beretta. He heard a noise like furniture moving and slid off his shoes, thinking, my room or the kids'. Knight climbed the stairs as stealthily as a cat, looking all around. He heard another noise ahead of him. It was coming from his room. He crept down the hallway, gun up, and peered inside, seeing the desk on top of which his laptop lay shut. He paused, listening intently. For several moments he heard nothing more. Then the loo flushed. Thieves commonly relieved themselves in the homes of their victims. Knight had known that for years, and figured he was dealing with a burglar. Stepping over the threshold into his bedroom, he aimed the pistol at the closed door. The handle twisted. Knight flipped off the safety. The door swung open. Marta stepped out and spotted Knight, and the gun. Gasping, her hand flew to her chest, and she screamed, "Don't shoot!" Knight's brows knitted, but he lowered his pistol several inches. Marta? The nanny was gasping. "You scared me, Mr. Knight. My God, my heart feels like the fireworks." "I'm sorry," he said, dropping the pistol to his side. "What are you doing here? I'm not supposed to see you for another hour." "I came early so you can go to work early," Marta replied breathlessly. "You left me the key? I came in, saw the buggy gone, and thought you'd gone to the park. So I started to clean the kitchen and then came up to do the nursery." "But you're up here in my bedroom," Knight said. "I'm sorry," Marta replied plaintively. And then, in an embarrassed tone, she added, "I had to pee. Badly." After a moment's pause, in which he saw no guile on the nanny's part, he pocketed the gun. "I apologize, Marta. I'm under stress. I overreacted." "It's both our faults, then," Marta said, just before Knight's phone rang. He snatched it up and immediately heard Isabel and Luke crying hysterically. "Pope," he said. "Where are you?" the reporter demanded in a harried voice. "You said you'd be right back, and your kids are throwing a world-class shit fit." 2 minutes, he promised, and hung up. He looked at Marta, who appeared worried. "My friend," he said. "She's not very good with kids." Marta smiled. "Then it is a very good thing I came early, yes?" "A very good thing," Knight said. "But we're going to have to run." He sprang down the stairs and into the kitchen, seeing that the breakfast dishes had been cleaned and put away. He got milk and put it, some biscuits, and 2 plastic cups in a bag. He locked the front door, and together they hurried back to the park, where Luke was sitting off by himself in the grass, whacking the ground with his shovel, while Isabel knelt in the sandbox crying and imitating an ostrich. Pope was just standing there, out of her league, baffled about what to do. Marta swooped in and gathered up Luke. She tickled his belly, which caused him to giggle and then to cry, "Marta!" Isabel heard that, stopped crying, and pulled her hair out of the sand. She spotted Knight coming towards her and broke into a grin. "Daddy!" Knight scooped up his daughter, brushed the sand from her hair, and kissed her. "Daddy's here. So is Marta." "I want milk," Isabel said, pouting. "Don't forget the biscuits," Knight said, handing his daughter and the sack containing the milk to the concerned nanny, who brought the kids over to a picnic table and began to feed them. "What caused the meltdown?" Knight asked Pope. Flustered, the reporter said, "I don't know, actually. It was just like there was a time bomb ticking that I couldn't hear until it went off." "That happens a lot," Knight remarked with a laugh. Pope studied Marta. The nanny been with you long? Not a week yet, Knight replied. But she's bloody fantastic. Best Pope's mobile rang. She answered and listened. After several moments she cried, No fucking way. We'll be there in 20 minutes. The reporter clicked off her phone and spoke with quiet urgency. That was Hooligan. He pulled a fingerprint off the package that Cronus sent me last night. He's run it and wants us at Private London ASAP. Chapter 68. Surrounded by a 4-day growth of orange beard, the grin on Hooligan's face put Knight in mind of a mad leprechaun. It didn't hurt the image when Private London's chief scientist did a jig out from behind his lab desk and said, We've got a third name, and, as Jack might say, it's a whopper that set off alarms. I've had 2 calls from The Hague in the past hour. The Hague? Knight said, confused. Special Prosecutor for Balkan War Crimes Tribunal, Hooligan said, as Jack rushed in looking pale and drawn. The print belongs to a woman wanted for genocide. It was all coming at Knight so fast that his mind was awhirl with disjointed thoughts. Daring and Farrell had both worked with NATO in some capacity at the end of the Balkan War, right? But war crimes, genocide. Let's hear it, Jack said. Hooligan went to a laptop computer and gave it several commands. On a large screen at one end of the lab, a grainy black and white photograph of a young teenage girl appeared. Her hair was chopped short in a bowl cut, and she wore a white collared shirt. Knight could not tell much more about her because the photograph was so blurry. Her name is Angela Braslich, Hooligan said. This picture was taken approximately 17 years ago, according to the war crimes prosecutor, which puts her in her late 20s now. What did she do? Knight asked, trying to match the girl's blurry face with the charge of genocide. Hooligan gave his computer another command, and the screen jumped to an overexposed snapshot of 3 girls wearing white shirts and dark skirts, standing with a man and a woman whose heads were out of frame. Knight recognized the bowl-cut hairdo on one and realized he'd been looking at a blow-up of this picture. Glaring sunlight obliterated the faces of the other 2 girls, who had longer hair and were taller. He guessed them to be 14 and 15. Hooligan cleared his throat and said, Angela and her 2 sisters there, Senka, the oldest, and Nada, the middle girl, were indicted on charges that they participated in genocidal acts in and around the city of Srebrenica in late 1994 and early 1995, near the end of the civil war that exploded on the breakup of the former Yugoslavia. Allegedly, the sisters were part of the kill squads Ratko Mladic oversaw that executed 8,000 Bosnian Muslim men and boys. Jesus, Pope said. What makes 3 young girls join a kill squad? Gang rape and murder, Hooligan replied. According to the special prosecutor, not long after this photograph was taken in April 1994, Angela and her sisters were raped repeatedly over the course of 3 days by members of a Bosnian militia that also tortured and murdered their parents in front of them. That would do it, Jack said. Hooligan nodded grimly. The sisters are alleged to have executed more than 100 Bosnian Muslims in retaliation. Some were shot, but most were struck through the skull and, post-mortem, through the genitals with a pickaxe, the same sort of weapon that was ultimately used to kill their mother and father. It gets worse, Private London's chief scientist pressed on. The war crimes prosecutor told me that eyewitnesses testified that the sisters took sadistic delight in killing the Bosnian boys and desecrating their bodies, so much so that the terrified mothers of Srebrenica came up with an apt nickname for them. What was that? Knight asked. The Furies. Jesus, Jack said. It's them. A moment of silence passed before Jack said to the reporter, Karen, would you excuse us for a moment? We have to discuss something that has nothing to do with this case. Pope hesitated and then nodded awkwardly, saying, Oh, of course. When she'd gone, Jack looked back at Knight and Hooligan. I have something to tell you that's going to be tough to hear. We've been fired from the Olympic security team? Knight asked. Jack shook his head. He looked pale. Far from it. No. I just left a meeting with investigators from the Air Accident Investigative Branch, the ones looking into the plane crash. And? Hooligan said. Jack swallowed hard. They found evidence of a bomb aboard the jet. There was no mechanical malfunction. Dan, Kirsty, Wendy, and Susie were all murdered. Chapter 69. This better be good, Peter, Elaine Pottersfield grumbled. I'm under insane pressure, and I'm not in much of a mood for a fine dining experience. We're both under insane pressure, Knight shot back. But I have to talk to you, and I need to eat, and you need to eat. I figured why not meet here and kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Here was a restaurant near Tottenham Court Road called Hakkasan. It had been Kate's favourite Chinese restaurant in London. It was also the inspector's favourite Chinese restaurant in London. But this place is packed, Pottersfield said, taking a seat with some reluctance. It will probably take an hour to— I've already ordered, Knight said. The dish Kate liked best. His sister-in-law looked down at the table. At that angle, she looked every bit Kate's older sister. Okay, she said at last. Why am I here, Peter? Knight gave her the rundown on the Braslich sisters, the Furies, and their alleged war crimes. As he was finishing his summary, their dinner, a double order of Szechuan Mugyu beef, arrived. Pottersfield waited until the waiter left before asking, and when were these sisters last heard of? July 1995. Not long after the NATO-supervised ceasefire expired, Knight replied. They were supposedly apprehended by Bosnian police officers after the mother of 2 of their victims recognized the Furies when they tried to buy food in a local produce market. According to that same mother, the girls were taken at night to a police station in a small village southwest of Srebrenica, where they were to be turned over to NATO forces who were investigating the atrocities. Pottersfield said, And what? They escaped? Knight nodded. Villagers heard automatic weapon fire coming from inside the police station in the dead of night. They were too frightened to investigate until the following morning, when the bodies of 7 Bosnians, including the 2 police officers, were found massacred. The Brasliches have been hunted ever since, but none of them surfaced until today. How did they get out of the police station? Pottersfield asked. I'm assuming they'd been placed in restraints. You would think so, Knight agreed. But here's the other strange thing. Mladich's kill squads used, for the most part, Soviet-era full copper jacket ammunition. So did the Bosnian police. It was Red Army surplus and found in all their unfired weapons, but the 7 Bosnian men in the station were killed by 5.56mm rounds, throwing a very different kind of bullet. The kind given to NATO peacekeepers, in fact. Pottersfield picked at her meal with chopsticks, thinking. After several bites, she said, So maybe one of the men who were killed that night had a NATO weapon, and the sisters got hold of it and fought their way out. That's one plausible scenario. Or a third party helped them. Someone who was part of the NATO operation. I'm leaning towards that explanation. Evidence? She asked. The bullets, primarily, Knight said, but also because James Daring and Selina Farrell were in the Balkans in the mid-1990s, attached to that NATO mission. Daring was assigned to protect antiquities from looters, but apart from that photo I saw of Farrell holding an automatic weapon in front of a NATO field truck, Her role in the operation remains a mystery to me." "Not for long," Pottersfield said. "I'll petition NATO for her files." "The war crimes prosecutor is already on it," Knight said. The Scotland Yard inspector nodded, but her focus was far away. "So what's your theory? That this third entity in the escape, Daring or Farrell or both, could be Cronus?" "Perhaps," Knight said. "It follows anyway." "In some manner," she allowed, while still managing to sound sceptical. They ate in silence for several minutes before Pottersfield said, "There's only one thing that bothers me about this theory of yours, Peter." "What's that?" Knight asked. His sister-in-law squinted and waved her chopsticks at him. "Let's say you're right, and Cronus was the person or persons who helped the sisters escape. And let's say that Cronus managed to turn these war criminals into anarchists, Olympics haters, whatever you want to call them. The evidence to date reveals people who are not only brutal, but brutally effective. They managed to penetrate some of the toughest security in the world twice, kill and escape twice." Knight saw where she was going. "You're saying they're detail-orientated. They've planned to the last factor, and yet they make mistakes with these letters." Pottersfield nodded. "Hair, skin, and now a fingerprint." "Don't forget the wig," Knight said. "Anything on that?" "Not yet, though this war crimes angle should help us if DNA samples were ever taken from the sisters." Knight ate a couple more bites, and then said, "There's also a question as to whether Farrell, Daring, or both of them had the wherewithal, the financial means to concoct a deadly assault on the Olympics. It has to cost money, and lots of it." "I thought of that too," Pottersfield replied. "This morning we took a look at James Daring's bank accounts and credit card statements. That television show has made him wealthy, and his accounts show several major cash withdrawals lately. Professor Farrell, on the other hand, lives more modestly, except for hefty purchases at expensive fashion boutiques, here and in Paris, and getting her hair done at trendy salons once a month. She leads a fairly austere life." Knight recalled the dressing table and the high-end clothes in the professor's bedroom, and tried again to make it fit with the dowdy woman he'd met at King's College. He couldn't. Was she dressing up to meet Daring? Was there something between them that Knight and his colleagues weren't aware of? He glanced at his watch. "I'll pay and take my leave then. The new nanny is working overtime." Pottersfield looked away as he put his napkin on the table and raised his hand for the bill. "How are they?" she asked. "The twins?" "They're fine," Knight said, and then gazed sincerely at his sister-in-law. "I know they would love to meet their Aunt Elaine. Don't you think they deserve to have a relationship with their mother's sister?" It was as if invisible armour instantly enclosed the Scotland Yard inspector. Her posture went tight, and she said, "I'm simply not there yet. I don't know if I could bear it." "Their birthday's a week from Saturday. Do you honestly think I could ever forget that day?" Pottersfield asked, getting up from the table. "No, Elaine," Knight replied. "And neither will I. Ever. But I have hope that at some point I'll be able to forgive that day. I hope you will too." Pottersfield said, "You'll settle the bill?" Knight nodded. She turned to leave. He called after her, "Elaine, I'll probably be having a birthday party for them at some point. I'd like it if you came." Pottersfield looked over her shoulder at him, her voice raspy when she replied, "Like I said, Peter, I don't know if I'm there yet." Chapter 70. In the taxi on the way home to Chelsea, Knight wondered if his sister-in-law would ever forgive him. Did it matter? It did. It depressed him to think that his kids might never get to know their mother's last living relative. Rather than sink into a mood, however, he forced his mind to other thoughts. Selina Farrell was a fashionista. It bothered him so much that he called Pope. She answered, sounding as if she was in a bad temper. They'd had an argument in Hooligan's lab earlier in the day about when and how she should deal with the war crimes information. She'd wanted to publish immediately, but Knight and Jack had argued that she should wait to get independent corroboration from The Hague and from Scotland Yard. Neither man wanted the information attributed to Private. Pope said, "So did your sister-in-law corroborate the fingerprint match?" "I think that will probably be tomorrow at the earliest," Knight said. "Brilliant," the reporter said sarcastically, "and the prosecutor at The Hague is not returning my call, so I've got nothing for tomorrow." "There's something else you could be looking into," Knight offered, as the taxi pulled up in front of his home. He paid the driver and stood out on the pavement, describing the dressing table and clothes at Selina Farrell's home. "High fashion?" Pope asked, incredulous. "Her?" "Exactly my reaction," Knight said. "Which means a lot of things, it seems to me. She had to have sources of money outside academia, which means she had a secret life. Find it, and you just might find her." "All well and good for you to say," Pope began. God, she irritated him. "It's what I've got," he snapped. "Look, Pope, I have to tuck my kids in. I'll talk to you tomorrow." He hung up, feeling as though the case had consumed him the way the mythical Kronos had consumed his own children. That thought left him supremely frustrated. If it wasn't for the Olympics, he'd be working full-time to find out who had killed his colleagues at Private, and why. When this was over, he told himself, he would not stop until he solved that crime. Knight went inside and climbed the stairs, hearing a door slide over carpet, followed by footsteps. Marta was leaving the nursery. She saw Knight and held her index finger to her lips. "Can I say good night?" he whispered. "They're already asleep," Marta said. Knight glanced at his watch. It was just 8. "How do you do that? I can never get them down before 10. "An old Estonian technique." "You'll have to teach it to me sometime," Knight said. 8 a.m.? She nodded. "I will be here." Then she hesitated before moving past him and going down the stairs. Knight followed her, thinking he'd have a beer and then get to sleep early. Marta put on her jacket and started to open the front door, before looking back at him. "Have you caught the bad people?" "No," Knight said. "But I feel like we're getting awfully close." "That's good," she said. "Very, very good." Chapter 71. Sitting at her desk in the Sun's newsroom later that evening, half watching the highlights of England's remarkable victory over Ghana in the final round of group stage football, Pope fumed yet again over the fact that she could not reveal the link between Kronos and the Furies and war crimes in the Balkans. Even her editor Finch had told her that, amazing as it was, she did not have enough to publish the story and might not have for 2, maybe even 3 days, at least until the prosecutor in The Hague agreed to talk to her on the record. 3 days, she moaned to herself. That's Saturday. They'll never publish that kind of story on a Saturday. That means they'll wait for Sunday. 4 days. Every hard news journalist in London was working the Kronos case now, all of them chasing Pope, trying to match or better her stories. Until today, she'd been way out ahead of the curve. Now, however, she feared that the war crime angle might leak before she could lay full claim to it in print. And what was she to do in the meantime? Sit here? Wait for the war crimes prosecutor to call? Wait for Scotland Yard to run the print against their database and confirm it to the world? The situation was driving her batty. She should go home. Get some rest. But she was unnerved by the fact that Cronus knew where she lived. She felt afraid to go home. Instead, she started poring over every angle of the story, trying to figure out where she could best push it forward. At last, her thoughts turned grudgingly to Knight's advice that she should look more closely into Selina Farrell. But it had been 4 days since the professor's DNA had been matched to the hair found in the first letter from Cronus, and 3 days since MI5 and Scotland Yard had launched the manhunt for her. And there had been nothing. She'd vanished. Who am I to look if they can't find her? Pope thought, before her pugnacious side asserted itself. Well, why not me? The reporter chewed on her lip, thinking about Knight's revelation that Farrell was a fashion connoisseur, and then remembered the full list of evidence taken from the professor's house and office that he had sent her the day before at the Aquatic Centre. She'd looked through the list, of course, searching for the evidence of anti-Olympic sentiment, checking the essays denouncing the games and the recording of the flute music. But she hadn't been looking for clothes now, had she? Pope called up the evidence list and began scrolling. It didn't take her long to find references to cocktail dresses from Liberty of London and skirts and blouses from Alice by Temperley. Big money frocks, hundreds of pounds easy. Knight said she'd had a secret life. Maybe he was right. Excited now, Pope began scouring her notebook, looking for a phone number for the professor's research assistant, Nina Langor. Pope had talked to the assistant several times during the past 4 days, but Langor had consistently claimed that she was baffled by her boss's sudden disappearance and had no idea why Farrell's DNA would have surfaced in the Cronus investigation. The research assistant answered her phone guardedly and sounded shocked when Pope told her about Farrell's haute couture lifestyle. "What?" Langor said. "No, that's impossible. She used to make fun of fashion and hairdos. Then again, she used to wear a lot of scarves." "Did she have any boyfriends?" Pope asked. "Someone to dress up for?" Langor got defensive. "The police asked the same thing. I'll tell you what I told them. I believe she's gay, but I don't know for sure. She's a private person." The assistant said she had to go, leaving Pope at 11 o'clock that Wednesday evening, feeling as if she'd run multiple marathons in the past 6 days and was suddenly exhausted. But she forced herself to return to the evidence list and continued on, finding nothing until the very end, when she saw reference to a torn pink matchbook with the letters C-A-N on it. She tried to imagine a pink matchbook bearing the letters C-A-N. Cancer Institute? Breast cancer awareness? Wasn't pink the colour of that movement? Something else. Stymied by her inability to make the evidence talk, Pope made a last-ditch effort around midnight, using a technique that she'd discovered quite by accident a few years before when she'd been presented with disparate facts that made no sense. She started typing strings of words into Google to see what came up. Pink Can London yielded nothing of interest. Pink Can London Olympics got her no further. Then she typed, London Pink Can Gay Fashion Design Liberty Alice. Google gnawed at that search query and then spat out the results. "Oh," Pope said, smiling. "So you are a lipstick lesbian, Professor." Chapter 72. Thursday, the 2nd of August, 2012. At 10 the following evening, Pope turned along Carlisle Street in Soho. It had been an insanely aggravating and fruitless day. The reporter had called the war crimes prosecutor 10 times and had been assured every time by a saccharine, infuriatingly polite secretary that he would be returning her call soon. Worse, She'd had to follow a story in the Mirror that described the intense global manhunt for Selina Farrell and James Daring. Worse still, she'd had to follow a story in the Times about initial autopsy and toxicology reports on the dead Chinese gymnastics coaches. Holes the size of bee stings had been found in both their necks, but they had not died of anaphylactic shock. They'd succumbed to a deadly neurotoxin called calciseptine, derived and synthesized from the venom of a black mamba snake. A black mamba? Pope thought for the 100th time that day. Every paper in the world was going loony over that angle. And she'd missed it. It only made her more determined when she went through the doors of the Candy Club, submitted to a security search of her bag by a very large Maori woman, and then entered the ground floor bar. The club was surprisingly crowded for a Thursday night, and the reporter instantly felt uncomfortable when she noticed several glamorous women watching her, evaluating her. But Pope walked right up to them, introduced herself, and showed them a photograph of Selina Farrell. The bar staff hadn't seen her, nor had the next 6 women the reporter asked. She went back to the bar then, spotting a pink matchbook that looked like the one described in the evidence list. One of the bartenders came over to her, and Pope asked what she'd recommend for a cocktail. "Candy nipple," the bartender said. "Butterscotch snaps and Baileys." The reporter wrinkled her nose. "Too sweet." "Pimm's, then," said a woman on the bar stool next to Pope. Petite, blonde, late 30s, and extremely attractive. She held up a highball glass with a mint sprig sticking out from the top. "Always refreshing on a hot summer's night." "Perfect," Pope replied, smiling weakly at the woman. Pope had meant to show the picture of Farrell to the bartender, but she'd already walked away to prepare her Pimm's. Pope set the photo on the bar and turned to the woman who'd recommended the drink. She was studying the reporter in mild amusement. "First time at the Candy Club?" the woman asked. Pope flushed. "Is it that obvious?" "To the trained eye," the woman said, a hint of lechery crossing her face as she held out a well-manicured hand. "I'm Nell. Karen Pope," she said. "I write for the Sun." Nell's eyebrows rose. "I do so enjoy page 3. Pope laughed nervously. "Unfortunately, I don't." "Pity," Nell said, her face falling. "Not even a wee bit." "A pity, but no," Pope replied, and then showed Nell the photograph. Nell sighed and leaned closer to Pope to study the picture of Farrell with no makeup and wearing a matching peasant skirt and scarf. "No," Nell said with a dismissive gesture. "I know I've never seen her here. She isn't exactly the type. But you, I must say, most definitely fit in here." Pope laughed again, before gesturing at the picture and saying, "Think of her in a tight cocktail dress from Liberty of London or Alice by Temperley, and her hair done by Hair by Fairy, and, well, you can't see it at this angle, but she has this tiny mole on her jaw." "A mole?" Nell sniffed. "You mean with little hairs sticking out of it?" "More like a beauty spot, like Elizabeth Taylor used to have." Nell looked confused, and then she studied the photograph again. A moment later she gasped. "My God! It's Siren!" Chapter 73. Friday, the 3rd of August, 2012. Knight heard feet padding around at 7:30 that morning. He opened his eyes and saw Isabel holding her Pooh Bear blanket. "Daddy," she said in high seriousness, "when am I 3? "August the 11th, Knight grumbled, and glanced at the picture of Kate on the moor in Scotland. "A week from tomorrow, honey." "What's today?" "Friday." Isabel thought about that. "So, one more Saturday and one more Friday and then the next one." Knight smiled. His daughter always fascinated him with the out-of-the-box way her mind worked. "Yes," he replied. "Give me a kiss." Isabel kissed him. Then her eyes widened. "We get presents?" "Of course, Bella," Knight replied. "It will be your birthday." She got wildly excited, clapping her hands and dancing in a tight circle before stopping dead in her tracks. "What presents?" "What presents?" Luke asked from the doorway. He was yawning as he came into the room. "I can't tell you that," Knight said. "It won't be a surprise." "Oh," Isabel said, disappointed. "Lukey 3?" his son asked. "Next week," Knight assured him, and then heard the front door open. Marta. Early again. The world's first perfect nanny. Knight put on a tracksuit bottom and a t-shirt and carried the twins down the stairs. Marta smiled at them. "Hungry?" "It's my birthday 2 Fridays and a Saturday from now," Isabel announced. "And Lukey," her brother said. "I'm 3. "You will be 3, Knight corrected. "We'll have to plan a party then," Marta said, as Knight set the kids down. "A party!" Isabel cried, and clapped. Luke hooted with delight, spun in circles, and cried, "Party! Party!" The twins had never had a birthday party, or at least not on the exact date of their birth. That day had been so bittersweet that Knight had moved cake and ice cream celebrations to a day or 2 later, and had kept the celebration deliberately low-key. He was torn now over how he should reply to Marta's suggestion. Luke stopped spinning and said, "Balloons?" "Mr. Knight," Marta said, "what do you think? Balloons?" Before Knight could answer, the doorbell rang, and then rang again and again and again, followed by someone pounding the knocker so hard that it sounded like a mason chipping stone. "Who the hell is that?" Knight groaned, heading towards the door. "Can you get them breakfast, Marta?" "Of course," she said. The pounding on the door knocker started again before he looked through the security peephole to see an exasperated Karen Pope on his front step. "Karen," he called out to her, "I don't have time to—" "Make time," she barked. "I've made a break in the case." Knight ran his fingers back through his sleep-ravaged hair, and then opened the door. Looking like she'd been up all night herself, Pope barged in while Marta went towards the kitchen with Luke and Isabel. "Lukey wants sausages," Luke said. "Sausages it is," Marta replied as they disappeared. "What's the break?" Knight asked Pope, heading into the living area and clearing enough toys off the couch for them to sit down. "You were right," the reporter said. "Selina Farrell had a secret life." She told Knight that the professor had an alter ego called Siren St. James, a name that she would adopt when she went to the Candy Club to pick up women. As Siren, Farrell was everything the professor was not: flamboyant, funny, promiscuous, a party girl of the highest order. "Selina Farrell," Knight said, shaking his head. "Think of that part of her as Siren St. James," Pope replied. "It helps." "And you know all this how?" he asked, smelling sausages frying off in the kitchen. "From a woman named Nell, who frequents the Candy Club and has had several one-night stands with Siren over the past few years. She identified her by that mole at her jawline." Knight remembered how he'd thought the professor would have been attractive under the right circumstances. He should have listened to his instincts. "When was the last time she saw Siren?" he asked. "Last Friday, late in the afternoon before the games opened," Pope replied. "She came into the Candy Club dressed to kill, but blew Nell out, saying she already had a date. Later, Nell saw Siren leave with a stranger, a woman wearing a pill hat with a black lace veil that covered the upper part of her face. I'm thinking that woman could be one of the Braslich sisters. Aren't you?" In Knight's kitchen, something fragile crashed and shattered Chapter 74. The Olympic village is well past its first stirring now. Swimmers from Australia are already heading to the aquatics centre, where the men's 1,500-metre heats will unfold. Cyclists from Spain are going to the velodrome for a quick ride before the men's team pursuit competition later in the day. A Moldovan handball team has just passed me. So did that American basketball player, that one with a name I always forget. It's irrelevant. What matters is that we're at the end of week 1, and every athlete in the village is trying not to think of me and my sisters, trying not to ask themselves whether they'll be next, and yet they can't help but think of us now, can they? As I predicted, the media has gone berserk over our story. For every weepy television tale of an athlete overcoming cancer or the death of a loved one to win a gold medal, there have been 3 more about the effect we are having on the games. Tumours, they've called us. Scourges. Black stains on the Olympics. Ha! The only tumours and black stains are those generated by the games. I'm just exposing them for what they are. Indeed, out walking among the Olympians like this, anonymous, earnest, and in disguise, another me, I'm feeling that, except for a few minor glitches, everything has gone remarkably according to plan. Petra and Tegan took vengeance on the Chinese and executed their escape perfectly. Marta has ingratiated herself into Knight's life and monitors his virtual world, giving me an inside view of whatever investigations have been launched and why. And earlier this morning, I retrieved the 2nd bag of magnesium shavings, the one I hid in the velodrome during its construction almost 2 years ago, right where I left it. The only thing that bothers me is my disposable mobile rings. I grimace. Petra and Tegan were given precise orders before they left on their latest assignment at midday yesterday, and those orders forbade them from calling me at all. Marta, then. I answer and snap at her before she can speak. No names, and toss that phone when we're finished talking. Do you know the mistake? Not exactly, Marta says, with a note of alarm in her voice that is quite rare and therefore instantly troubling. What's wrong? I demand. They know, she whispers. In the background I hear a little monster crying. The crying and Marta's whisper hit me like stones and car bombs, setting off a raging storm in my skull that destroys my balance, and I go down on one knee for fear that I'll keel over. The light all around me seems ultraviolet, except for a diesel green halo that pulses in time with the ripping sensations in my skull. You all right? A man's voice asks. I can hear the crying on the phone, which now hangs in my hand at my side. I look up through the green halo and see a grounds worker standing a few feet from me. Fine, I manage, fighting for control against a rage building in me, making me want to cut the grounds worker's head off for spite. I'm just a little dizzy. You want me to call someone? No, I say, struggling to my feet. Though the green halo is still pulsing and the ripping goes on in my skull, the air around me is shimmering a bit less. Walking away from the groundsman, I growl into the phone. Shut that goddamn kid up. Believe me, if I could, I would, Marta retorts. Here, I'll go outside. I hear a door shut and the beeping of a car horn. Better? Only a little. My stomach churns when I ask, what do they know? In a halting voice, Marta tells me that they know about the Bazil sisters, and it all starts again, the ripping, the diesel green halo, and the ultraviolet rage that so completely permeates me now that I feel like a cornered animal, a monster myself ready to rip out the throat of anyone who might approach me. There's a bench ahead on the path, and I sit on it. How? I don't know, Marta replies, and then explains how she overheard Pope mention Angela and the other Bazil sisters, which had so shocked her that she dropped a glass bowl, which had shattered on the kitchen floor. Wanting to throttle her, I say, Does Knight suspect? Me? No, Marta says. I acted embarrassed and apologetic when I told him the glass was wet. He told me not to worry about it, and to make extra sure the floor was free of glass before letting his little brats walk around. Where are they now, Knight and Pope? What else do they know? He left with her 10 minutes ago and said he would not be back until late, Marta replies. I don't know any more than what I've told you, but if they know about the sisters, then they know what the sisters did in Bosnia, and the war crimes prosecutors know we are in London. They probably do, I agree at last, but nothing more. If they had more, they'd be tracking you by one of your current names. They'd be at our doors. After a moment's silence, Marta asks, So what do I do? Feeling increasingly sure that the gap between who the Furies were and who they have become is wide enough to prevent a connection, I reply, Stay close to those children. We may need them in the coming days. Chapter 75. Sunday, the 5th of August, 2012. By 7 p.m., the intensity inside the Olympic Stadium was beyond electric, Knight thought, from his position in the stands on the west side of the venue, high above the track's finish line. The private London investigator could sense the anticipation rippling through the 90,000 souls lucky enough to have won a ticket to see who would be the fastest man on Earth. He could also see and hear fear competing with anticipation. People were wondering whether Kronos would attack here. The event was certainly high-profile enough. The sprint competition so far had gone down as expected. Both Shaw and Mundaho had been brilliant in the 100-metre qualifying heats the day before, each of them dominating and winning easily. But while the Jamaican was able to rest between races, the Cameroonian had been forced to run in the classifications for the 400 metres. Mundaho had performed almost superhumanly, turning in a time of 43.22 seconds, 4/100ths of a second off Henry Ivy's world record performance of 43.18 at the 1996 Atlanta Games. 2 hours ago, Mundaho and Shaw had won their 100-metre semi-final heats, with the Cameroonian just 2/100ths off Shaw's world record of 9.58 seconds. The men were getting ready to face each other in the 100-metre dash final. After that, Shaw would rest, and Mundaho would have to run in the 400-metre semi-finals. Grueling, Knight thought, as he scanned the crowd through his binoculars. Could Mundaho do it? Win the 100, 200, and 400 at a single Olympic Games? In the end, did it matter? Would people really care after all that had happened to London 2012? Aside from the joy that Londoners had expressed earlier in the day when Mary Duckworth won the women's marathon, the past 48 hours had seen a dramatic ratcheting up of the anxiety surrounding the Games. On Saturday, The Sun had finally published Pope's story describing the link between the killings and the wanted war crime suspects, the Serbian Braslic sisters. She had also detailed how both James Daring and Selina Farrell had served in the Balkans at about the same time as the Brasliches were actively executing innocent men and boys in and around the city of Srebrenica. Farrell, it turned out, had been a volunteer UN observer assigned to NATO in the war-torn area. There were still not many details of the professor's exact duties on the mission, but Pope had discovered that Farrell had been badly hurt in some kind of vehicular accident in the summer of 1995 and had been sent home. After a short convalescence, she'd resumed her doctoral studies and gone on with her life. The story had caused an uproar that grew when, late on Saturday evening, the body of Emmanuel Flores, a Brazilian judo referee, was discovered near a rubbish skip in Docklands, several miles from the Excel Arena, where he'd been working, and not on Olympic grounds. An expert in hand-to-hand combat, Flores had nevertheless been garroted with a length of cable. In a letter to Pope completely devoid of forensic evidence, Kronos claimed that Flores had accepted bribes to favour certain athletes in the judo competition. The documentation supported the allegations in some ways and not others. In reaction, broadcasters and journalists around the world were expressing uniform outrage that Kronos and his furies seemed to be acting at will. The media were demanding action from the British government. This morning, Uruguay, North Korea, Tanzania and New Zealand had decided to pull their teams from the final week of competition. Members of Parliament and the Greater London Authority had reacted by stridently renewing calls for Mike Lancer to resign or be fired, and for the manhunt for Daring and Farrell to be intensified. For his part, a visibly shaken Lancer had been in front of cameras all day defending his efforts. Around noon, he had announced that he was relieving F7 of its command over the entrances to the Olympic Park and bringing in Jack Morgan of Private to oversee the effort. Together with Scotland Yard and MI5, they decided to institute draconian measures at the venues, including secondary screenings, more identification checks, and pat-downs. It had not been enough to calm the games. 10 countries, including Russia, floated the idea that the Olympics should be halted until security was assured. But in an immediate and aggressive response, a staggering number of athletes had signed a digital petition drafted and distributed by the American diver Hunter Pierce that not only condemned the murders, but also defiantly and forcefully demanded that the IOC and LOCOG not give in to the idea of suspending the Games. To their credit, Marcus Morris, London's mayor, and the Prime Minister were listening to the athletes and dismissing calls to halt the Olympics, saying that England had never bent to terrorism and wasn't about to start now. Despite the dramatic increase in security measures, some fans had stayed away from what was supposed to be the biggest event of the Games. Knight could see scattered empty seats, something that would have been considered impossible before the start of the Olympics. But then again, almost everything that had happened so far would have been considered impossible before the Games. "Bloody bastards have ruined it, Knight," Lancer said bitterly. The security chief had come up alongside Knight as he was scanning the crowd. Like Knight, Lancer wore a radio knob in his ear, tuned to the stadium's security frequency. "No matter what happens from now on, 2012 will always be the tainted." The crowd around them leapt to their feet and started cheering wildly. The final competitors in the men's 100-metre dash were coming out onto the track. Shaw, the reigning Olympic champion, entered first, making little stutter sprints and moving his hands like chopping tools. Mundaho came out onto the track last and jogged in an almost sleepy lope before crouching and then hopping like a kangaroo down the track with such explosive energy that many in the crowd gasped, and Knight thought, "Is that possible? Has anyone ever done that before?" "That man's a freak," Lancer remarked. "An absolute freak of nature." End of CD 5. CD 6. Chapter 76. The Olympic flame atop the orbit burned without disturbance or deflection, and the flags around the stadium hung flat. The wind had died to nothing. Perfect conditions for a sprint race. The radio knob in Knight's ear crackled with calls and responses between Jack, the security crew, and Lancer, who'd moved off to get a different view. Knight looked around. High atop the stadium, SAS snipers lay prone behind their rifles. A helicopter passed overhead. The warbirds had been circling the park all day, and the number of armed guards around the track doubled. "Nothing bad is going to happen in here tonight," Knight told himself. An attack would be suicidal. The sprinters went to starting blocks that relied on a state-of-the-art, fully automated timing FAT system. Each block was built around ultra-sensitive pressure plates linked to computers to catch any false starts. At the finish line, and linked to those same computers, was an invisible matrix of criss-crossing lasers calibrated to 1,000th of a second. The crowd was on its feet now, straining for better views as the announcer called the sprinters to their marks. Shaw was running in lane 3 and Mundaho in lane 5. The Jamaican glanced at the Cameroonian pivoting in front of his blocks. Setting their running shoes into the pressure sensors, the speedsters splayed their fingertips on the track, heads bowed. 10 seconds, Knight thought. These guys spend their whole lives preparing for 10 seconds. He couldn't imagine it, the pressure, the expectations, the will, and the hardship involved in becoming an Olympic champion. "Set!" the judge called, and the sprinters raised their hips. The gun cracked, the crowd roared, and Mundaho and Shaw were like twin panthers springing after prey. The Jamaican was stronger in the first 20 metres, uncoiling his long legs and arms sooner than the Cameroonian. But in the next 40 metres, the ex-boy soldier ran as if he really did have bullets chasing him. Mundaho caught Shaw at 80 metres, but could not pass the Jamaican, and Shaw could not lose the Cameroonian. Together they streaked down the track, chasing history as if the other men in the race weren't even there, and appeared to lean and blow through the finish simultaneously with a time of 9.38, 0.2 of a second better than Shaw's incredible performance at Beijing. New Olympic record. New world record. Chapter 77. The stadium rocked with cheers for Mundaho and Shaw, but who had won? Up on the big screens, the unofficial results had Shaw in first place and Mundaho in second, and yet their times were identical. Through his binoculars, Knight could see both men gasping for air, hands on their hips, looking not at each other, but up at the screens, replaying the race in slow motion while judges examined data from the lasers at the finish line. Knight heard the announcer say that while there had been ties in judged Olympic events like gymnastics in the past, and a tie between two American swimmers at the Sydney 2000 Games, there had never been a tie in any track event at any modern Olympics. The announcer said that the referees would examine photos as well as take the time down to the 1,000th of a second. Knight watched the referees huddling by the track and saw the tallest of them shake his head. A moment later, the screens flashed official results and posted Shaw and Mundaho in a dead tie with a time of 9.382. "I decline to run another heat," the referee was heard saying. "I consider that to have been the greatest foot race of all time, and the timing stands. Both men share the world record. Both men win gold." The stadium rocked again with cheers, whistles, and yells. Through his binoculars, Knight saw Shaw gazing up at the results and then over at the referee with skepticism and irritation. But then, the Jamaican's expression melted into a grin that spread wide across his face. He jogged to Mundaho, who was smiling back at him. They spoke. Then they clasped hands, raised them, and jogged towards their cheering fans, holding the flags of Jamaica and Cameroon above their heads in their free hands. The men took their long victory lap around the stadium together, and tonight it was as if a pleasant summer shower had come along to wash foul smoke from the air. Kronos and the Furies now seemed not as powerful a force at the London Olympics as they had been just a few minutes ago. The sprinters running together in a grand display of sportsmanship was their way of telling the world that the modern games were still a force to be reckoned with, still a force for good, a force that could demonstrate shared humanity in the face of Kronos's cruel assault. Shaw said as much when he and Mundaho returned to the finish line and were interviewed by reporters. Knight saw it all up on the big screens. "When I saw the tie, I could not believe it," the Jamaican admitted. "And to tell you the truth, my first response was that I felt angry. I had beaten my own record, but I had not bested everyone as I did in Beijing. But then, after all that has happened at these games, I saw that the tie was a beautiful thing, good for sprinting, good for athletics, and good for the Olympics. Mundaho agreed, saying, I am humbled to have run with the great Zeke Shaw. It is the honor of my life to have my name mentioned in the same breath as his. The reporter then asked who would win the 200-meter final on Wednesday night. Neither man needed an interpreter. Both tapped their chests and said, Me. Then each of them laughed and slapped the other on the back. Knight breathed a sigh of relief when both men left the stadium. At least Cronus had not targeted those two. For the next hour, as the men's 1,500-meter semi-finals and the 3,000-meter steeplechase final were run, Knight's mind wandered to his mother. Amanda had promised that she would not turn bitter and retreat into herself as she had after his father's death. But Knight's past two conversations with Gary Boss indicated that was exactly what she was doing. She would not take his calls. She would not take anyone's calls, even those who wanted to help arrange a memorial for Denton Marshall. According to her assistant, Amanda was spending every waking hour at her table sketching designs, hundreds of them. He'd wanted to go to see her yesterday and this morning, but Boss had urged him against coming. Boss felt this was something that Amanda needed to go through alone, at least for a few more days. Knight's heart ached for his mother. He knew at a gut level what she was going through. He'd thought that his own grief for Kate would never end. And in a sense, it never would. But through his children, he'd found a way to keep going. He prayed his mother would find her own way, apart from through work. Then he thought of the twins. He was about to call home to say goodnight when the announcer called for competitors in the men's 400-meter semi-finals. People were on their feet again as Mundaho appeared in the tunnel from the warm-up track. The Cameroonian jogged out as confident as he had been before the 100-meter event, moving in his characteristic loose-jointed way. But instead of taking those explosive kangaroo hops, the Cameroonian began to skip and then to bound, his feet coming way up off the track surface and swinging forward as if he were a deer or a gazelle. What other man can do that? Knight thought in awe. Where did the idea that he could even do that come from? The bullets flying at his back? The Cameroonian slowed near his blocks on lane 1, at the inside rear of the staggered start. Could Mundaho do it? Run a distance 4 times longer than what he'd just sprinted in world record time? Evidently Zeke Shaw wanted to know as well, because the Jamaican sprinter reappeared in the entry linking the practice track to the stadium and stood with 3 of the Gurkhas, all looking north towards the runners about to compete. "Mark," the official called. Mundaho set his race shoes with their tiny metal stubs against the blocks. He crouched and tensed when the official called, "Set!" The gun went off in the near-silent stadium. The Cameroonian leapt off the blocks. A thousandth of a second later, a blinding silver-white light blasted from the blocks as they exploded and disintegrated, throwing out a low-angle wave of fire and hot, jagged bits of metal that smashed into Mundaho's lower body from behind, hurling the Cameroonian off his feet and onto the track, where he lay crumpled and screaming. Part 4. Marathon. Chapter 78. Knight was so shocked that he was unable to move for several seconds. Like many in the stadium, he watched and listened in gut-clenched horror as Mundaho writhed on the track, sobbing and groaning in agony as he reached down to his charred and bleeding legs. The other sprinters had stopped, looking back in shocked disbelief at the carnage in lane 1. The intense metallic flame died, leaving the track where the blocks had been scorched and throwing off a burned chemical odour that reminded Knight of signal flares and tyres burning. Paramedics raced towards the Cameroonian sprinter and several race officials who'd also been hit by the burning shrapnel. I want everyone involved with those starting blocks held for questioning, Lancer bellowed over the radio, barely in control. Find the timing judges, referees, everyone. Hold them. All of them. Around night, fans were coming out of their initial shock, some crying, some cursing Cronus. Many began to move towards the exits, while volunteers and security personnel were trying to maintain calm. Can you get me on the field, Jack? Mike? Knight asked. That's a negative, Jack said. Double that negative, Lancer said. Scotland Yard has already ordered it sealed for their bomb forensics unit. Knight was suddenly furious that this had happened to Mundaho and to the Olympics. The Games had been caught up in the festering recesses of a twisted mind and made to suffer for it. He did not care what Cronus was going to claim the sprinter had done. Whatever he had or had not done, Mundaho did not deserve to be lying burned on the track. He should have been blowing the rest of the sprinters away in his quest for athletic immortality. Instead, he was being lifted onto a stretcher. The stadium around Knight began to applaud as paramedics started to wheel the Cameroonian sprinter towards a waiting ambulance. They had IVs in his arm and had obviously given him drugs, though Knight could still see through his binoculars that the boy soldier was racked with hideous pain. Knight heard people saying that London would have to end the Games now, and felt furious that Cronus might have won, that it all might be finished now. But then he heard a cynic in the crowd say that there was no chance the Games would be cancelled. He'd read a story in the Financial Times that indicated that while London 2012's corporate sponsors and the official broadcasters were publicly aghast at Cronus's actions, they were privately astounded at the 24-hour coverage the Games were receiving and the public's seemingly inexhaustible appetite for the various facets of the story. The ratings for these Olympics are the highest in history, the cynic said. I predict no chance they'll be cancelled. Knight had no time to think about any of it, because Shaw, carrying the Cameroonian flag, suddenly came running out of the stadium's entryway, along with the dozen or so competitors who were still in the 400-metre competition. They ran to the rear of the ambulance, exhorting the crowd to chant, Mundaho! Mundaho! The people remaining in the stadium went crazy with emotion, weeping, cheering, and screaming denouncements of Cronus and the Furies. Despite the medical personnel around him, despite the agony ripping through his body, and despite the drugs, Mundaho heard and saw what his fellow athletes and the fans were doing for him. Before the paramedics slid him into the ambulance, the Cameroonian sprinter raised his right arm and formed a fist. Knight, and everyone else in the stadium, cheered the gesture. Mundaho was injured but not broken. Burned, but still a battle-hardened soldier. He might never run again, but his spirit, and the Olympic spirit, was still going strong. Chapter 79. Feeling as though she wanted to puke, Karen Pope swallowed antacid pills and stared uncomprehendingly at the television in the Sun newsroom as the medics loaded the stout-hearted Cameroonian sprinter into the back of the ambulance. She and her editor, Finch, were waiting for Cronus's latest letter to arrive. So were the Metropolitan Police detectives who'd staked out the lobby, waiting for the messenger and hoping to trace rapidly where the letter had been collected. Pope did not want to see what Cronus had to say about Mundaho. She did not care. She went to her editor and said, I quit, Finchy. You can't quit, Finch shot back. What are you talking about? This is the story of a lifetime you're on here. Ride it, Pope. You've been bloody brilliant. She burst into tears. I don't want to ride it. I don't want to be part of killing and maiming people. This isn't why I became a journalist. You aren't killing or maiming anyone, Finch said. But I'm helping to, she shouted. Well, like the people who published the manifesto of the Unabomber over in the States when I was a kid. We're abetting murder, Finch. I'm abetting murder, and I just won't. I can't. You're not abetting murder, Finch said. softening his voice. "And neither am I. We are chronicling the murders, the same way journalists before us chronicled the atrocities of Jack the Ripper. You're not helping Cronus, you're exposing him. That's our obligation, Pope. That's your obligation." She stared at him, feeling small and insignificant. "Why me, Finch?" "I don't know. Maybe we'll find out someday. I don't know." Pope could not argue any more. She just turned, went to her desk, sat in her seat and put her head down. Then her BlackBerry beeped, alerting her to an incoming message. Pope exhaled, picked up the mobile and saw that the message was an email with an attachment from Cronus. She wanted to bash her phone into shards, but she kept hearing her editor telling her it was her duty to expose these insane people for what they were. "Here it is, Finch," she called tremulously across the room. "Somebody better tell the police that there's no messenger coming." Finch nodded and said, "I'll do it. You've got an hour to deadline." Pope hesitated. Then she got angry and opened the attachment. Cronus had expected Mundaho to die on the track. His letter justified the killing as just retribution for the crime of hubris, the greatest of all the sins in the era of myth. Arrogance, vanity in all things prideful, and a challenger to the gods. These were the accusations that Cronus threw at Mundaho. He attached copies of emails, texts, and Facebook messages between Mundaho and his Los Angeles-based sports agent, Matthew Hitchens. According to Cronus, the discussions between the men were not about competing for greatness for the sake of greatness, and for the approval of the gods, as was the case during the ancient Olympics. Instead, Cronus depicted the correspondence as grossly focused on money and material gain, with lengthy discussions over how winning the sprint jackpot at the London Olympics could increase Mundaho's global value by several $100 million over a 20-year endorsement career. Mundaho put up for sale the gift that the gods gave him, Cronus concluded. He saw no glory in the simple idea of being the fastest man. He saw only gain, and therefore his arrogance towards the gods shone ever more brilliantly. In effect, Mundaho thought of himself as a god, entitled to great riches and to immortality. For the crime of hubris, retribution must always be swift and certain. But Mundaho's not dead, Pope thought with satisfaction. She yelled to Finch, "Do we have a number for Mundaho's sports agent?" Her editor thought a moment and then nodded. "It's here, in a master list we've compiled for the games." He gave the number to Pope, who texted a message to the sports agent. "No, you are with Mundaho. Cronus makes claims against him and you. Call me." Pope sent the text, put the phone down and started framing the story on her computer, all the while telling herself that she wasn't helping Cronus, she was fighting him by exposing him. To her surprise, her phone rang within 5 minutes. It was an audibly distraught Matthew Hitchens, en route to the hospital where they'd taken Mundaho. She expressed her condolences and then hit the sports agent with Cronus's charges. "Cronus isn't giving you the whole story," Hitchens complained bitterly when she'd finished. "He doesn't say why Philatry wanted that kind of money." "Tell me," Pope said. "His plan was to use the money to help children who've survived war zones, especially those who've been kidnapped and forced to fight and die as soldiers in conflicts they don't understand or believe in. We've already set up the Mundaho Foundation for Orphan Children of War, which was supposed to help Philatry achieve his dream beyond the Olympics. I can show you the formation documents. He signed them long before Berlin, long before there was any talk of him winning 3 gold medals." Hearing that, Pope saw how she could fight back. So, you're saying that, in addition to ruining the dreams and life of one ex-boy soldier, Kronos's acts may have destroyed the hopes and chances of war-scarred children all over the world? Hitchens got choked up, saying, "I think that just about sums up this tragedy." Pope thought of Mundaho, squeezed her free hand into a fist, and said, "Then that is what my story will say, Mr. Hitchens." Chapter 80. Monday, the 6th of August, 2012. A Force 5 typhoon rampages through my brain, throwing daggers of lightning brighter than burning magnesium, and everything around me seems saturated with electric blues and reds that don't shimmer or sparkle so much as sear and bleed. That stupid bitch. She betrayed us, and Mundaho escaped just vengeance. I feel like annihilating every monster in London. But I'll settle for one. I'm more than aware that this move could upset a careful balance I've struck for more than 15 years. If I handle this wrong, it could come back to haunt me. The storm in my skull, however, won't let me consider these ramifications for very long. Instead, like watching a flickering old movie, I see myself stick a knife in my mother's thigh again and again, and I remember in a cascade of raw emotion how good, how right it felt to have been wronged and then avenged. Petra is waiting for me when I reach my home at around 4 in the morning. Her eyes are sunken, fearful, and red. We are alone. The other sisters have gone on to new tasks. "Please, Kronos," she begins. "The fingerprint was a mistake." The typhoon spins furiously again in my mind, and it's as though I'm looking at her down this whirling, crackling funnel. "A mistake?" I say in a soft voice. "Do you realize what you've done? You've called the dogs in around us. They can smell you, Angela. They can smell your sisters. They can smell me. They've got a cage and gallows waiting." Petra's face twists up in an anger equal to my own. "I believe in you, Kronos. I've given you my life. I killed both Chinese coaches for you. But yes, I made a mistake, one mistake." "Not one," I reply in that same soft voice. "You left your wig in the wall at the lavatory at the gymnastics venue. They've got your DNA now, too. It was impetuous. You did not follow the plan." Petra begins to shake and to cry. "What do you want me to do, Kronos? What can I do to make it right?" For several moments I don't reply, but then I sigh and walk towards her with open arms. "Nothing, sister," I say. "There's nothing you can do." We fight on. Petra hesitates. Then she comes into my arms and hugs me so fiercely that for a moment I'm unsure what to do. But then my mind seizes on the image of an IV line stuck in my arm and connected to a plastic bag of liquids, and for a fleeting instant I consider what that image has meant to me, how it has consumed me, driven me, made me. I am much taller than Petra, so when I return her hug, my arms fall naturally around the back of her neck and press her cheek tightly to my chest. "Kronos," she begins, before she feels the pressure building. She begins to choke. "No," she manages in a hoarse whisper, and then thrashes violently in my arms, trying to punch and kick me. But I know all too well how dangerous Petra is, how viciously she can fight if she is given a chance, and my grip on her neck is relentless and grows tighter and stronger before I take a swift step back and then twist my hips sharply. The action yanks Petra off her feet and swings her through the air with such force that when I whipsaw my weight back the other way, I hear the vertebrae in her neck crack and splinter as if struck by lightning. Chapter 81. Wednesday, the 8th of August, 2012. Shortly after 10 that morning, Marcus Morris shifted uncomfortably on the pavement outside the Houses of Parliament. But then he looked out forcefully at the cameras and microphones and the mob of reporters gathered around him. Though he remains our respected colleague, someone who worked for more than 10 years to see these games realised, Michael Lancer has been relieved of his duties for the duration of the Olympics. About bloody time, someone shouted, and then the entire mob around some reporter Karen Pope exploded, roaring questions at the chairman of the London Organising Committee like losing traders in a stock market commodity pit. Most of the questions were ones that Pope wanted answered as well. Would the games go on? Or would they be suspended? If they went on, who would replace Lancer as the committee's chief of security? What about the growing number of countries withdrawing their teams from competition? Should they be listening to the athletes who steadfastly argued against stopping or interrupting the games? We are listening to the athletes, Morris insisted in a strong voice. The Olympics will go on. The Olympic ideals and spirit will survive. We will not buckle under to this pressure. 4 top specialists from Scotland Yard, MI5, the SAS and privates will oversee security for us in the final 4 days of the Games. I am personally heartbroken that some countries have chosen to leave. It is a tragedy for the Games and a tragedy for the athletes. For the rest, the Games go on. Morris followed a phalanx of Metropolitan Police officers who opened a hole in the mob and moved towards a waiting car. The vast majority of the media surged as one after the LOCOG leader, bellowing all manner of questions. Pope did not follow them. She leaned against the wrought-iron fence that surrounded the Parliament buildings and reviewed her notes from the morning and evening before. In a journalistic coup, she'd tracked down Elaine Pottersfield and learned that, as well as radically intensifying the manhunt for Selina Farrell and James Daring, law enforcement efforts were also focusing on the starting blocks that had exploded, maiming Filatri Mundaho. Mundaho remained in a critical condition in Tower Bridge Hospital, but was said to be exhibiting a tremendous fighting spirit in the wake of 2 emergency operations to remove the shrapnel and treat his burns. The starting blocks were another story. Made by Stackhouse Newton and based on the company's famed TI-008 International Best system, the starting blocks that had exploded had been used 10 times by 10 different athletes in the previous days of qualifying. The blocks had been conducted to and from the track by IOC officials and had been set up by a crew of timing specialists who claimed to have observed no issue with the blocks before the explosion. Several of those timing specialists had actually been injured at the same time as Mundaho. Between competitions, the blocks had been locked away in a special room below ground at the stadium. The Olympic track and field official who had locked the blocks away on the Saturday evening before the explosion was the same official who had unlocked the storage room late on Sunday afternoon. His name was Javier Cruz, a Panamanian, and he had been the most grievously injured of the race officials, losing an eye to the flying metal. Scotland Yard bomb experts said the device was a block of metal machined to replicate exactly Stackhouse Newton standards. Only this block had been hollowed enough for shaved magnesium to be inserted along with a triggering device. Magnesium, an incredibly combustible material, explodes and burns with acetylene intensity. Pottersfield said the device would have killed a normal man, but Mundaho's superhuman reaction time saved his life, if not his limbs. Pope flipped her notebook closed and reckoned she had enough material for her piece now. She thought of calling Peter Knight to find out if he could add anything to what she knew. But then she spotted a tall figure leaving the visitors' gate at the side of the Houses of Parliament, shoulders hunched forward, as he hurried south on St. Margaret Street, in the direction opposite to that being taken by the now dissipating mob of reporters. She glanced back at them, realized that none of them had spotted Michael Lancer, and ran after him. She caught up with Lancer as he entered Victoria Tower Gardens. "Mr. Lancer," she said, slowing beside him. "Karen Pope. I'm with the Sun." The former Olympics security chief sighed and looked at her with such despair that she almost didn't have the heart to question him. But she could hear Finch's voice shouting at her. "You're firing," she said. "Do you think it's fair?" Lancer hesitated, struggling inside. But then he hung his head. "I do. I wanted the London Games to be the greatest in history and the safest in history. I know that we tried to think of every possible scenario in our preparations over the years. But the truth is that we simply did not foresee someone like Kronos. A fanatic with a small group of followers. In short, I failed. I'll be held responsible for what happened. It's my burden to bear and no one else's. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have to begin to live with that for the rest of my life." Chapter 82. Friday the 10th of August, 2012. Last time I'll have to visit this hellhole, Tegan thought, 5 days later, as she pushed a knapsack through a hole that had been clipped in a chain-link fence surrounding a condemned and contaminated factory building several miles from the Olympic Park. She wriggled through after the knapsack, then picked it up and glanced at the inky sky. Somewhere a foghorn brayed. Dawn was not far off, and she had much to do before she could leave this wretched place forever. The dew raised the scent of weeds as she hurried towards the dark shadow of the abandoned building, thinking how her sister Petra must be settling into her new life on Crete. Tegan had read the story about the fingerprint and had feared that Kronos would be insanely angry with her sister. Instead, his reaction had been practical rather than vengeful. Her sister was being sent to Greece early to prepare the house where they would live when all this was over. Entering the building through a window she'd kicked out months before, Tegan imagined the house where Petra was. On a cliff, above the Aegean, whitewashed walls dazzling against a cobalt sky, filled with all they could ever want or need. She turned on a slim, red-lensed torch, clipped it to the cap she wore, and used the soft glow to navigate through what had once been the production floor of a textile mill. Wary of loose debris, she made her way to a staircase that descended into a musty basement. A stronger odour came to her soon enough, so eye-wateringly foul that she stopped breathing through her nose and put the knapsack up on a bench that only had 3 legs. Bracing her weight against the bench to stop it from rocking, she took out 8 IV bags. Tegan arranged them in their proper order and then used a hypodermic needle to draw liquid from a vial before shooting equal amounts into 4 of the bags. Finished, she took the key that hung on a chain around her neck and picked up the 8 IV bags, 4 in each hand. When she reached the door, where the stench was worse, she set the bags on the floor and slid the key into the padlock. The hasp freed with a click. She pocketed the lock and pushed the door open, knowing that if she were to breathe in through her nose now, she'd surely retch. A moan became a groan, echoing up out of the darkness. "Dinner time," Tegan said, and closed the door behind her. 15 minutes later, she left the storage room, feeling confident in the steps she had taken, the work she had done. 4 days from now, She heard a crash from above her on the old production floor. Voices laughed and jeered before another crash echoed through the abandoned factory. She froze, thinking. Tegan had been in the factory a dozen times in the last year, and she'd never once encountered another human being inside, and did not expect to. The building was contaminated with solvents, heavy metals, and other carcinogens, and the exterior fence carried multiple hazard waste warning signs to that effect. Her initial reaction was to go on the attack, but Kronos had been explicit. There were to be no confrontations if they could be avoided. She switched off her torch, spun around, felt for the door of the storeroom and shut it. She groped in her pocket for the padlock, found it finally, and set the hasp through the iron rings on the door and the jamb. A bottle bounced down the staircase behind her and shattered on the basement floor. She heard footsteps coming and drunken male voices. Tegan reached up in the darkness to snap the lock shut, and felt the hasp catch before she ran a few steps and then paused unsure. Had it locked? A torch beam began to play back towards the staircase. She took off without hesitation this time, up on her toes the way sprinters run. She had long ago committed the layout of the factory to memory and dodged into a hall that she knew would take her to a stone stairway and a bulkhead door. 2 minutes later she was outside. Dawn threw its first rosy fingers of light across the London sky. She heard more crashing and hooting inside the factory and decided it was probably a mob of drunken yobs bent on vandalism. She told herself that once they got a whiff of that basement, they wouldn't be doing any further exploring. But as she crawled back through the hole in the fence, all Tegan could think about was the padlock, and whether it had clicked shut after all. Chapter 83. Mid-afternoon that second Friday of the games, the third from last day of competition, Peter Knight entered the lab at Private London and hurried gingerly to Hooligan, holding out a box wrapped in brown paper and parcel tape. "Is this a bomb?" Knight asked, dead serious. Private London's chief scientist tore his attention away from one of the Sun's sports pages, which featured a piece on England's chances in the Olympic football final against Bazil. He looked uneasily at the package. "What makes you think it's a bomb?" Knight tapped a finger on the return address. Hooligan squinted. "Can't read that." "Because it's ancient Greek," Knight said. "It says Kronos." "Fuck." "Exactly," Knight said, placing the box on the table beside the scientist. "Just picked it up at the front desk." "Hear anything inside?" Hooligan asked. "No ticking. Could be rigged digitally, or remote-controlled." Knight looked queasy. "Should we clear out? Call in the bomb squad?" The scientist scratched at his scruffy red beard. "That's Jack's call." 2 minutes later, Jack was standing inside the lab looking at the box. The American appeared exhausted. This was one of the few breaks he'd had from running security at the Olympic Park since taking over on Monday. There had been no further attacks after the Mundaho incident, and that was in Knight's estimation largely due to Jack's Herculean efforts. "Can you X-ray the box without blowing us up?" Jack asked. "Can always try, right?" Hooligan said, picking up the box as if it had teeth. The scientist took the box to a work table at the far end of the lab. He started up a portable scanner, similar to those being used at the Olympic venues, set the box outside the scanner and waited for it to warm up. Knight watched the box as if it could seal his fate. Then he swallowed hard, suddenly wanting to leave the lab in case there actually was a bomb in it. He had 2 children who would be 3 years old tomorrow. Somehow he felt he still had his mother. So could he risk being in a closed room with a potentially explosive device? To get his mind off the danger, he glanced at the screen showing the news highlights and image after image of gold medal-winning athletes from all over the world taking their victory laps, waving the flags of their nations and that of Cameroon. It had all been spontaneous, the athletes showing their respect to Mundaho and defiance of Kronos. Scores of them had taken up the Cameroonian flag, including the English football team after it won its semi-final against Germany 2 evenings before. The media was eating it up, selling the gesture as a universal protest against the lunatics stalking the games. The American diver Hunter Pierce remained at the forefront of the protest against Kronos. She had been interviewed almost every day since Mundaho's tragedy, and each time she had spoken resolutely of the athletes' solidarity in their refusal to allow the games to be halted or interrupted. Mundaho's condition had been upgraded to serious. He had third-degree burns and wounds over much of his lower body. But he was said to be alert, well aware of the protests, and taking heart from the global outpouring of support. As encouraging as that all was, Knight still tore his attention away from the screen in Private London's lab, believing that the assault would not stop simply because of the athletes' protests. Kronos would try to attack again before the end of the games. Knight was sure of it. But where would he strike? And when? The relay races tomorrow afternoon? The football final between England and Brazil at Wembley Stadium on Saturday evening? The men's marathon on Sunday? Or the closing ceremony that night? "Here we go," Hooligan said, pushing the box received from Kronos onto a small conveyor belt that carried it through the scanner. He twisted the scanner's screen so that they all could see. The box came into view, and so did its contents. Knight flinched. "Jesus Christ," Jack said. "Are those real?" Chapter 84. The woman's deathly pale hands had been severed at the wrists with a blade and a saw that had left the flesh smooth and the bones ragged and chipped. Hooligan asked, "Should I fingerprint her?" "Let's leave that to Scotland Yard," Jack said. "No matter," Knight said. "I'm betting those hands belong to a war criminal." "Angela Braslich?" Jack asked. Hooligan nodded. "The odds are definitely there, eh?" "Why send them to you?" Jack asked Knight. "I don't know." The question continued to haunt Knight on his way home later that evening. Why him? He supposed that Kronos was sending a message with the hands, but about what? The fingerprint she'd left on the box? Was this Kronos's way of displaying his ruthlessness? Knight called Elaine Pottersfield and told her that Hooligan was bringing the hands to Scotland Yard. He laid out his suspicions about their identity. "If they are Angela Braslich's, it shows dissension in Kronos's ranks," the inspector said. "Or Kronos is simply saying that it's fruitless to track this particular war criminal. She made a mistake, and now she's dead." "That all?" Pottersfield asked. "We're going to Kate's Forest in the morning," Knight said. "And the party is at 5:30. The silence was brief. "I'm sorry, Peter," she said, and hung up. Knight reached home around 10, wondering if his sister-in-law would ever come to terms with him, or with Kate's death. It wasn't until he was standing at his front door that he allowed himself to realize that 3 years before, right about this time, his late wife had gone into labor. He remembered Kate's face after her waters had broken, no fear, just sheer joy at the impending miracle. Then he recalled the ambulance taking her away. Knight opened the door of his home and went inside, as deeply confused and heartbroken as he'd been 36 months before. The house smelled of chocolate, and 2 brightly wrapped presents sat on the table in the hallway. He grimaced, realizing that he hadn't yet had the chance to go shopping for the kids. Work had been all-consuming. Or had he just let it be all-consuming, so that he would not have to think about their birthday and the anniversary of their mother's death? With no good answer to any of it, Knight examined the presents and was surprised to see that they were from his mother. The gift tags signed, "With love, Amanda." He smiled, and tears brimmed in his eyes. If his mother had taken the time from her isolation, grief, and bitterness to buy her grandchildren presents, then maybe she was not allowing herself to retreat as completely as she had after his father's death. "I'll go home then, Mr. Knight," Marta said, coming out of the kitchen. "They are asleep. Kitchen is clean. Fudge made. Luke made an unsuccessful attempt at the big boy loo. I bought party bags and ordered a cake too. I can be here all day tomorrow through the party, but I will need Sunday off." Sunday. The men's marathon. The closing ceremony. Knight had to be available. Perhaps he could talk his mother or boss into coming one more time. "Sunday off, and you really don't need to be here before noon tomorrow," Knight said. "I usually take them to Epping Forest and High Beach Church on the morning of their birthday." "What's there?" Marta asked. "My late wife and I were married at the church. Her ashes are scattered in the woods out there. She was from Waltham Abbey, and the forest was one of her favourite places." "Oh, I'm sorry," Marta said uncomfortably, and moved towards the door. "Noon, then." "Noon sounds good," Knight said, and shut the door behind her. He shut off the lights, checked on the kids, and went to his bedroom. Knight sat on the edge of his bed, gazing at Kate, looking out from the photo at him, and remembering in vivid detail how she died. He broke down, sobbing. Chapter 85. Saturday, the 11th of August, 2012. "I'm 3!" Isabel yelled in her father's ear. Knight jerked awake from a nightmare that featured Kate held hostage by Cronus, not the madman stalking the Olympics, but that ancient Greek figure carrying a long scythe and hungering to eat his children. Dripping in sweat, his face contorted with dread, Knight looked in bewilderment at his daughter, who now appeared upset and was stepping back from her father, holding her blanket tight against her cheek. His senses came back to him, and he thought, "She's fine. Luke's fine. It was just a horrible, horrible dream." Knight breathed out, smiled, and said, "Look at how big you are."
3,
Isabel said, her grin returning.
"Lukey 3 too,"
his son announced from the doorway. "You don't say," Knight said, as Luke bounced up onto the bed and into his arms. Isabel climbed up after him and cuddled him. His children's smell surrounded him and calmed him, and made him realize again what a lucky, lucky person he was to have them in his life. Part of Kate that would live on, and grow, and become themselves.
"Presents?"
Luke asked. "They're not here yet," Knight said, too quickly. "Not until the party."
"No, Daddy,"
Isabel protested.
"That funny man bring presents yesterday. They're downstairs."
"Mr. Boss brought them?" he asked. His son nodded grimly.
"Boss no like Lukey."
"His loss," Knight said. "Go and get the presents. You can open them up here." That set off a stampede, as both children scrambled off the bed. 20 seconds later they were running back into the room, gasping and grinning like little fools. "Go ahead," Knight said. Giggling, they tore into the wrapping, and soon had the presents from Amanda open. Isabel's gift was a beautiful silver locket on a chain. They opened the locket to find a picture of Kate.
"That Mummy?"
Isabel asked. Knight was genuinely touched at his mother's thoughtfulness. "Yes. So you can take her with you everywhere," he said in a hoarse voice.
"What this, Daddy?"
Luke asked, eyeing his present suspiciously. Knight took it, examined it, and said, "It's a very special watch for a very big boy. You see, it has Harry Potter, the famous wizard, on the dial, and there's your name engraved on the back."
"Big boy watch?"
Luke asked. "Yes," Knight said, and then teased, "We'll put it away until you're bigger." Outraged, his son shoved out his wrist.
"No, Lukey, big boy, Lukey 3.
I completely forgot, Knight said, and put the watch on his son's wrist, pleasantly surprised that the strap was a near-perfect fit. While Luke paraded around admiring his watch, Knight hung the locket around Isabel's neck, closed the chain clasp, and oohed and ahed when she looked at herself in the mirror, the spitting image of Kate as a little girl. He changed Luke's nappy, then bathed and fed them both before getting Isabel into a dress and his son into blue shorts and a white collared shirt. With admonitions not to get their clothes dirty, Knight set himself a record time showering, shaving and dressing. They left the house at 9, went to the garage nearby, and retrieved a Range Rover that they rarely used. Knight drove north through the streets, with Isabel and Luke in their car seats behind him, listening to the news on the radio. It was the last full day of Olympic competition, with many relay race finals to be decided that afternoon. The announcers talked of the heavy criticism being heaped on Scotland Yard and MI5 over their inability to make any kind of a major breakthrough in the Cronus investigations. No mention was made of the war criminals' hands, though. Pottersfield had asked that it should be kept quiet for the time being. Many athletes who were finished with the competition were already leaving. Most others, like Hunter Pierce, had vowed to remain at the Olympic Park until the end, no matter what Cronus and his furies might try. Knight drove to Enfield, then east and south of Waltham Abbey towards High Beach and Epping Forest.
Lots of trees,
Isabel said when they'd entered the forest proper. Your mummy likes lots of trees. The dappled sunlight shone through the foliage that surrounded High Beach Church, which sat in a clearing not far into the woods. There were several cars parked, but Epping Forest was a popular place to walk, and Knight did not expect anyone else to be here specifically for Kate. His mother was lost in her own grief, and Kate's parents had both died young. They went into the empty church where Knight got the children each to light a candle in their mother's memory. He lit one for Kate, and then lit 5 more for his colleagues who had died in the plane crash. Holding Isabel and Luke's hands, he led them from the church and out along a path that led into the woods. A light breeze rustled the leaves. 6 or 7 minutes later, the vegetation thinned, and they passed through a tumble-down stone wall into a sparse grove of ancient oaks growing in long, untamed grass that sighed in the summer wind. Knight stood a while looking at the scene, hugging his children to him, and struggling to control his emotions for their sake. Your mummy used to go to that church as a little girl, but she liked to come out here, he told them softly. She said the trees were so old that this was a blessed place, where she could talk to God. That's why I spread her. He choked up.
It was a perfect choice, Peter,
a woman's emotion-drenched voice said behind them.
This was Kate's favourite place.
Knight turned, wiping tears from his eyes with his sleeve. Holding tight to his trouser leg, Isabel asked,
"Who's that lady, Daddy?"
Knight smiled. "That's your Aunt Elaine, darling. Mummy's older sister." Chapter 86. I knew I couldn't make the party, Knight's sister-in-law explained quietly on the ride back into London while the children slept in the back of the car. And anyway, I thought meeting them there would make me feel better. They were nearing the garage where Knight kept the Range Rover. "Did it?" Knight asked. Pottersfield nodded, and her eyes got glassy. It seemed right, as if I could feel her there. She hesitated and then said, "I'm sorry, the way I treated you. I know it was all Kate's decision to have the twins at home. No more talk of that," Knight said, parking. "We're beyond all that. My children are lucky to have you in their lives. I'm lucky to have you in my life." She sighed and smiled sadly. "Okay. Need any help?" Knight looked over his shoulder at his sleeping children. Yes, they're getting too big to carry that far by myself. Pottersfield took Isabel, and Knight hoisted Luke, and they walked the short distance to his house. He heard the television playing inside. "The new nanny," he said, fishing for his keys. "She always arrives early. You don't hear that much anymore." "It's brilliant, actually," Knight admitted. "She's a miracle. The only one ever to tame them. She's got them helping to clean up their room and going to sleep at a snap of her fingers." He opened the door, and Marta appeared almost instantly. She frowned to see Luke fast asleep on her father's shoulder. "Too much excitement, I think," she said, took him from Knight and looked curiously at Pottersfield. "Marta, this is Elaine," Knight said. "My sister-in-law."
"Oh, hello,"
Pottersfield said, studying Marta.
"Peter speaks highly of you."
Marta laughed nervously and bobbed her head, saying,
"Mr. Knight is too kind."
She paused and asked,
"Did I see you on the television?"
"Maybe.
I work at Scotland Yard."
Marta looked ready to reply when Isabel woke up grumpily, looked at her aunt and whined,
"I want my daddy."
Knight took her from Pottersfield, saying, "Daddy has to go to work for a few hours, but he'll be back in time for the party." Marta said,
"We'll go and get cake soon. And balloons."
Isabel brightened and Luke woke up. Pottersfield's mobile rang. The inspector listened closely, began nodding, and then said, "Where are they taking her?" She listened while Marta came and took Isabel from Knight and shepherded the children down the hall towards the kitchen, saying, "Who wants apple juice?" Pottersfield snapped shut her phone, looked at Knight and said, "A constable just picked up Selina Farrell, wandering, incoherent, filthy, and covered in her own excrement, somewhere inside the ruins of the old Beckton gasworks. They're bringing her to St. Thomas's Hospital." Knight glanced back over his shoulder at Marta, who held Isabel and Luke's hands tightly. "I'll be back by 5 to help you put up decorations," he promised.
"Everything will be under control by then," she replied confidently. "Leave everything to me, Mr. Knight."
Chapter 87.
"Are you sure?" I demand, doing everything in my power not to scream into my mobile. "Positive," Marta hisses back at me. "She was found wandering around the Beckton gasworks, not far from the factory. Who was there last? First Petra, and now you, Tegan," I think murderously, as I glance at Marta's sister next to me, behind the wheel of her car. My thoughts are boiling again, but I reply cryptically to Marta, "Does it matter?" "I'd go and clean that factory out if I were you," Marta says. "They're right behind us." It's true. Over the homicidal buzz I've got going in my ears, I can almost hear the baying of dogs. What a blunder. What a colossal blunder. Farrell wasn't supposed to be freed until tomorrow morning, a diversion that would draw all police attention to her while I completed my revenge. I should have just killed Farrell when I had the chance, but no, I had to be clever. I had to pile deception upon deception upon deception. But this one has backfired on me. My fingers go to that scar on the back of my head, and the hatred ignites. My hand has been forced. My only hope is ruthlessness. "Take the children," I say. "Now. You know what to do." "I do," Marta replies. "The little darlings are already fast asleep."
Chapter 88. The sights, sounds, and smells of St. Thomas's Hospital unnerved Knight in a way he did not expect. He hadn't been back in a medical facility of any sort since Kate's body had been taken to one, and it made him feel disorientated by the time he and Pottersfield reached the intensive care unit. "This is what she looked like when they found her," the Metropolitan Police officer guarding the room said, showing them a picture. Farrell was dressed as Siren St. James, filthy in the extreme, and looking as dazed as a lobotomy patient. An IV line hung from one hand. "She talking?" Pottersfield asked. "Babbled about a body with no hands," the officer said. "No hands," Knight said, glancing at Pottersfield. "Not much of what she said made sense. But you might have a better chance now that they've given her an anti-narcotic." "She was on narcotics?" Pottersfield asked. "We know that for certain." "Powerful doses, mixed with sedatives," he replied. They entered the intensive care unit. Professor Selina Farrell lay asleep in a bed surrounded by monitoring equipment, her skin a deathly grey. Pottersfield went to her side and said, "Professor Farrell?" The professor's face screwed up in anger. "Go away. Head hurts. Bad." Her words were slurred and trailed off at the end. "Professor Farrell," Pottersfield said firmly. "I'm Inspector Elaine Pottersfield of the Metropolitan Police. I have to speak with you. Open your eyes, please." Farrell's eyes blinked open and she cringed. "Turn off lights. Migraine." A nurse closed the unit's curtains. Farrell opened her eyes again. She gazed around the room, saw Knight, and looked puzzled. "What happened to me?" "We were hoping you could tell us, Professor," Knight said. "I don't know." Pottersfield said, "Can you explain why your DNA, from your hair to be exact, was found in one of the letters from Cronus to Karen Pope?" The information was slow to penetrate Farrell's fogged brain. "Pope? The reporter," she said to Knight. "My DNA?" "No, I don't remember." "What do you remember?" Knight demanded. Farrell blinked and groaned and then said, "Dark room. I'm on a bed, alone, tied down. Can't get up. My head is splitting open and they won't give me anything to stop it." "Who are they?" Knight demanded. "Women. Different women." Pottersfield was beginning to look irritated. She said, "Selina, do you understand that your DNA links you to 7 murders in the last 2 weeks?" That shocked the professor, and she became more alert. "What? 7? I haven't killed anyone. I never... What day is it?" "Saturday, the 11th of August, 2012, Knight replied. The professor moaned, "No, it felt like I was only there overnight." "In the dark room with women?" Pottersfield asked. "You don't believe me?" "No," Pottersfield said. Knight said, "Why did you fake getting sick and flee your office when Karen Pope played the flute music to you?" Farrell's eyes widened. "It made me sick because I'd heard it before." Chapter 89. I terminate the call to Marta and look over at Tegan, feeling as if I'd like to rip her head off right now, but she's behind the wheel and an accident is out of the question at this late stage of the game. "Turn around," I say, struggling for calm. "We've got to go to the factory." "The factory?" Tegan replies nervously. "It's broad daylight." Farrell escaped. She was picked up inside the gasworks. Knight and the Scotland Yard Inspector Pottersfield is with her at the hospital right now. Tegan loses colour. "How could that have happened?" I demand softly. "She wasn't supposed to be freed until tomorrow morning. It was your responsibility to see to that, sister." Panic-stricken, she says, "I should have told you, but I knew how much pressure you were under. There were drunken lads inside the factory when I was there yesterday morning. I figured the smell would keep them from the room. They must have broken the lock and let her go or something. I don't know." "We've got to clean the place," I say. "Get us there now. We don't talk during the rest of the drive, or during our entry to the toxic factory grounds, or as we sneak inside the basement. I have only been here once before, so Tegan leads. We both carry rubbish bags."
The smell coming out of the open storage room door is obscenely foul, but Tegan goes inside without hesitation. I glance at the iron rings on the door and the frame unbroken, and then let my gaze travel across the floor. The lock's in the corner, its hasp open but not busted. I crouch, pick it up, and loop the hasp around my middle finger like a brass knuckle, hiding the lock inside my palm. Inside, Tegan is already gloved and stuffing used IV equipment into the rubbish bag. Let's get this done, I say, and move towards her before squatting down to pick up a used syringe with my left hand. Rising, feeling the urge to vengeance, enfolding me like an old lover, I move the needle towards the rubbish bag as a feint before letting go with an uppercut. With the hasp leading, Tegan never has a chance. She never sees the blow coming. The impact crushes her larynx. She staggers backward, choking, purple-faced, her eyes bulging right out of her head, staring at me in disbelief. The second blow breaks her nose, hurls her against the wall, and makes her understand that I am an infinitely superior being. My third strike connects with her temple, and she crumples in the grime.
End of CD 6. CD 7. Chapter 90. Of course you'd heard that music before, Pottersfield shot back. It was all over your computer. So was a program used to take control of the Olympic Stadium's electronic billboard on the night of the opening ceremony. What? The professor cried, struggling to sit upright and wincing in pain. No. Someone began sending me that music about a year ago on my phone machine and in attachments to emails from blind accounts. It was like I was being stalked. After a while, any time I heard it, I got sick. Convenient nonsense, Pottersfield snapped. What about the program on your computer? I don't know what program you're talking about. Someone must have put it on there. Maybe whoever was sending me the music. Knight was incredulous. Did you report this cyber stalking to anyone? The classics professor nodded firmly. Twice, as a matter of fact, at Wapping police station. But the detective said flute music was not a crime and I had no other proof that someone was stalking me. I said I had suspicions about who was behind the music, but they didn't want to hear any of it. They advised me to change my phone number and my email address, which I did. It stopped, and the headache stopped too. Until you played the music again in my office. Knight squinted, trying to make sense of this explanation. Was it possible that Farrell had been set up as a diversion of some sort? Why hadn't she just been killed? Pottersfield must have been thinking along the same lines, because she asked, "Who did you think was behind the music?" Farrell gave a little shrug. "Well, I've only known one person in my life who plays a pan flute." Knight and Pottersfield said nothing. "Jim Daring," the professor said. "You know, the guy at the British Museum? The one who has the television show." That changed things, Knight thought, remembering how Daring had spoken highly of Farrell and repeatedly told him and Pope to go and see her. Was it all part of an attempt to frame her? Pottersfield still sounded sharply sceptical. How do you know he played a pan flute, and why ever would he use the music to harass you? He had a pan flute in the Balkans in the 1990s. He used to play it for me. And, Knight said, Farrell looked uncomfortable. Daring, was interested in me. Romantically. I told him I wasn't interested, and he got angry and then obsessed. He stalked me back then. I reported him, too. In the end, it didn't matter. I was injured in a truck accident and airlifted out of Sarajevo. I haven't seen him personally since. Not once in how many years? Knight asked. 16? 17? And yet you suspected him, Pottersfield said. The professor's expression turned stony. I had no one else to suspect. I imagine not, the police inspector said, because he's missing too. Daring, I mean. The confusion returned to Farrell's face. What? Knight said, You claim you were held in a dark room and tended by women. How did you get out? The question threw Farrell for several moments, before she said, Boys. But I'm not... No, I definitely remember I heard boys' voices, and then I passed out again. When I woke up, I could move my arms and legs, so I got up and found a door and... She hesitated and looked off into the distance. I think I was in some kind of old factory. There were brick walls. Pottersfield said, You told the officer about a dead body without hands. There was fear on the professor's face as she looked back and forth between Knight and Pottersfield. There were flies on her, hundreds. Where? I don't know, Farrell said, grimacing and rubbing at her head. Somewhere in that factory, I think. I was dizzy. I fell a lot. I couldn't think straight at all. After a long pause, Pottersfield seemed to come to some sort of conclusion. She pulled out her mobile, got up, and took several steps away from Farrell's hospital bed. A moment later, she said, It's Pottersfield. You're looking for an abandoned factory of some sort near the Beckton Gasworks. Brick walls. There could be a body in there with no hands, maybe more. In the meantime, Knight thought of the reporting that Karen Pope had done on Farrell and asked, How did you get into that room in the factory? The professor shook her head. I don't remember. What's the last thing you do remember? Pottersfield said, shutting her phone. Farrell blinked, then tensed up and replied, I can't say. Knight said, Would Siren St. James know? The name clearly confused the professor, who asked softly, Who? Your alter ego, among the elite lesbians of London, Pottersfield said. I don't know what your... Everyone in London knows about Siren St. James, Knight said, cutting her off. She's been in all the papers. The professor looked crushed. What? How? Karen Pope, Knight replied. She found out about your secret life and wrote about it. Farrell cried weakly. Why would she do that? Because the DNA linked you to the killings, Pottersfield said. It still does. The DNA says that you're involved somehow with Cronus and his Furies. Farrell went hysterical, shouting, I am not Cronus. I am not a Fury. I've had another life, but that's no one's business but my own. I've never had anything to do with any killings. The attending nurse burst into the room and ordered Knight and Pottersfield out. 1 more minute, Pottersfield insisted. You were in the Candy Club the last time you were seen, 2 weeks ago last night, on Friday the 27th of July. That seemed to puzzle the professor. Your friend, Nell, said she saw you there, Knight said. She told Pope you were with a woman wearing a pillbox hat with a veil that hid her face. Farrell grasped at the memory and then nodded slowly. Yes, I went with her to her car. She had wine in the car and poured me some and... She gazed at Pottersfield. She drugged me. Who is she? Pottersfield demanded. Farrell, embarrassed, said, Her real name? I couldn't tell you. I assume she was like me, operating under an alias. But she told me to call her Marta. She said she was from Estonia. Chapter 91. Violent thunderstorms struck London late that Saturday afternoon. Lightning brought rain that pelted off the windscreen as Pottersfield's unmarked police car sped towards Chelsea, its siren wailing. The inspector kept glancing furiously at Knight, who looked as if he was fighting a ghost as he punched in Marta's mobile number yet again. Answer, he kept saying. Answer, you bitch. Pottersfield shouted. How could you not have checked her out, Peter? I did check her out, Elaine, Knight shouted back. You did, too. She was just so perfect for what I needed. They screeched to a halt in front of Knight's place, where several other police cars were already parked, their lights flashing. Despite the rain, a crowd was gathering. Uniformed officers were already starting to put up barriers. Knight leapt from Pottersfield's vehicle, feeling as if he were tottering on the edge of a dark and unfathomable abyss. Bella, little Lukey. It was their birthday. Inspector Billy Casper met Knight at the door, his expression sombre. "I'm sorry, Peter. We got here too late." "No!" he cried, rushing inside. "No!" Everywhere Knight looked, he saw the things that surrounded his children: toys, baby powder, and packages of balloons, streamers, and candles. He walked numbly past it all and into the kitchen. Luke's cereal bowl from breakfast still had milk in it. Isabel's blanket lay on the floor beside her high chair. Knight picked it up, thinking that Bella must be lost without it. The enormity of his predicament suddenly threatened to crush him, but he refused to collapse and fought back in the only way he knew how. He kept moving. He found Pottersfield and said, "Check her flat. Her address is on her CV, and her prints have to be everywhere in here. Can you track her mobile number?" "If she's got it turned on," Pottersfield said. "In the meantime, call your friend Pope, and I'll get to the media people I know. We'll get the twins' faces everywhere, Peter. Someone will have seen them." Knight began to nod, but then said, "What if that's what they want?" "What?" Pottersfield asked. "Why?" "A sideshow," he said. "A diversion. Think about it. If you put their faces everywhere and tell the public that they've been kidnapped by a woman believed to be an associate of Cronus, law enforcement manpower and media attention go to Isabel and Luke, leaving the Olympics open to a final attack." "We've got to do something, Peter." Knight couldn't believe he was saying it, but he replied, "We can wait them out for a few hours at least, Elaine. See if they get nervous. See if they call. If they don't by, say, 8, then by all means put their faces everywhere." Before Pottersfield could reply, Knight pulled out his mobile and punched in Hooligan's number. Knight heard cheering in the background, and Hooligan crowed, "Did you catch that, Peter? It's 1-1. We're tied." "Come to my house," Knight said. "Now." "Now?" Hooligan cried, sounding a little drunk. "Have you gone crazy? This is for a bloody gold medal, and I've got midfield seats." "Cronus has my kids," Knight said. Silence, then... "No. Fuck. I'll be right there, Peter. Right there." Knight hung up. Elaine held out her hand for his mobile. "I'll need it for a few minutes while we put on a trace." He handed her the phone and went upstairs. He got Kate's picture and brought it with him into the nursery as thunder shook the house. He sat on the couch, looked at the empty cots and the wallpaper that Kate had picked out, and wondered if he had been destined for tragedy and loss. Then he noticed the bottle of children's liquid antihistamine on the changing table. He set Kate's picture down and went over, noticing that the bottle was almost empty. At that, he felt duped and enraged. Marta had been drugging his kids right under his nose. Pottersfield came in. She glanced at the photograph of Kate on the couch and then handed Knight his phone. "You're now linked to our system. Any call coming into your number we should be able to trace. And I just got an alert. We found 2 bodies in a condemned factory contaminated with hazardous waste not far from the gasworks, both women in their 30s. One was beaten to death within the last few hours, no ID. The other died earlier this week and was handless. We're assuming it's Angela Braslich and her older sister, Nada." 2 Furies gone. It's just Marta and Cronus now, Knight said dully, putting down the children's cold medicine bottle. "Do you think Daring could be Cronus? After what Farrell told us, the stalking in the Balkans, the flute? I don't know." Knight suddenly felt gripped by doubt, intense and claustrophobic. "Does it matter where I am when a call comes in?" "It shouldn't," Pottersfield replied. He set Kate's photograph down on the changing table and said, "I can't just sit here, Elaine. I feel like I have to move. I'm going to take a walk. Is that okay? Just keep your mobile on."
Tell Hooligan to call me when he gets here. And Jack Morgan should be notified. They're at the stadium for the relays." She nodded and said, "We'll find them." "I know," he said, with wavering conviction. Knight put on his raincoat and left by the rear door in case the media were already camped outside. He walked down the alley, trying to decide whether to wander aimlessly or to get the car and drive back to High Beach Church to pray. But then he understood that he really had just one place to go, and only one person he wanted to see. Knight altered direction and trudged through the rainy city, passing pubs and hearing cheering coming from inside. It sounded as though England was winning football gold, while he was losing everything that ever mattered to him. His hair and his trouser legs were soaking wet when he reached the door on Milner Street and rang the bell and pounded the knocker while looking up at the security camera. The door opened, revealing Boss. "She can't be seen," he said sharply. "Get out of my way, little man," Knight said in a tone so threatening that his mother's assistant stood aside without further protest. Knight opened the door of his mother's studio without knocking. Amanda was hunched over her design table, cutting fabric. A dozen or more original new creations hung on mannequins around the room. His mother looked up icily. "Haven't I made it abundantly clear that I wish to be left alone, Peter?" Walking towards her, Knight said, "Mother," but she cut him off. "Leave me alone, Peter. What in God's name are you doing here? It's your children's birthday. You should be with them." It was the final straw. Knight felt dizzy, and then blacked out. Chapter 92. Karen Pope hurried through the drizzling rain and the dimming light towards Knight's house in Chelsea. She'd been tipped off by the Sun's police reporter that something big was going on at the private investigator's home, and she'd gone there immediately, dialing Knight's number constantly on the way. But Pope kept getting an odd beeping noise, and then a voice saying that his number was experiencing network difficulties. She could see the police barrier ahead and... "Oi, Peter call you in too, then?" Hooligan asked, trotting up beside her. His eyes were red and his breath smelled of cigarettes, garlic and beer. "I came from the bloody gold medal game. I missed the winning goal." "Missed it for what?" she demanded. "Why are the police here?" He told her, and Pope felt like crying. Why? Why his kids? It was the same thing she asked Pottersfield when they got inside. "Peter believes that it's a diversionary tactic," the inspector said. Hooligan could not hide the slight slur in his voice, saying, "Maybe. I mean, this martyr was here for the past fortnight, right?" "Give or take, I think," Pope said. "Right. So I'm asking myself why," Hooligan replied. "And I'm thinking Cronus sends her in as a spy. He can't get someone inside Scotland Yard, but he can get this martyr inside private, right?" "So?" Pottersfield said, squinting. "Where are Peter's computers? His phones?" "He's got his mobile with him," Pottersfield said. "House phone is in the kitchen. I saw the computer upstairs in his room." 20 minutes later, Hooligan found Pottersfield and Pope talking with Billy Casper. "Thought you'd want to see this, Inspector," he said, holding up 2 small evidence bags. "Picked up the bug on the phone and the keystroke recorders on the DSL cable. I'm betting his mobile's bugged as well, maybe more." "Call him," Pottersfield said. "I tried," Hooligan said, "and texted him. I'm getting no answer, other than something about network difficulties." Chapter 93. Darkness was falling outside Amanda's studio. Knight's mobile lay on the coffee table. He sat on the couch, looking at the phone, his brain feeling scalded and his stomach emptier than it had ever been. Why hadn't they called? His mother sat beside him, saying, "It's more than anyone as good as you should have to bear." But you can't give up hope, Peter. Absolutely not, Boss said emphatically. Those two barbarians of yours are fighters. You have to be as well. But Knight felt as beaten as he had while holding his newborns and watching his wife's body rush to the ambulance.
"It's their birthday,"
he said softly.
"They were expecting what any 3-year-old expects. Cake and ice cream and—"
Amanda reached out and stroked her son's hair. It was such a rare and unexpected gesture that Knight looked at her with a feeble smile on his face.
"I know how horrid life's been for you lately, Mother. But I wanted to thank you for caring about them. The only presents they got to open were from you."
She looked surprised. "Is that so? I didn't think they'd get there so soon." "I took them over," Boss said. "I thought they should be there."
Knight said, "Thank you, Boss. They loved them. And I must say, Amanda, that putting the pictures of Kate in the locket was one of the kindest and most thoughtful things you've ever done."
His mother, normally stoic, got tears in her eyes. Boss and I worried, because they weren't toys.
No, they loved them," Knight insisted. "Luke was wearing that watch as if it was a gold medal, and the necklace fits Isabel perfectly. I don't think she'll ever take it off."
Amanda blinked several times, and then glanced at Boss before asking, "You think they're wearing them now, Peter? The watch and the necklace?"
"I would assume so," Knight replied. "I didn't see them in the house."
Amanda looked at Boss, who was grinning. "Did you activate them?" Boss replied, "Even before I registered the warranties."
"What are you two talking about?"
Knight said. "Didn't you look at the boxes they came in, Peter?" Amanda cried. "The necklace and watch were manufactured by Trace Angels, a company I've invested in. There are tiny GPS transmitters embedded in the jewelry so that parents can track their children."
Chapter 94. Knight bolted out the door of his mother's house, watching two tiny heart-shaped icons pulsing and moving slowly on a map on the screen of his iPhone. According to the map, Luke and Isabel were less than 2 miles away. That realization had caused Knight to run from his mother's without a moment's hesitation, going out into the street to find a cab and to see why his phone was having trouble connecting inside. Knight punched in Elaine Pottersfield's number again and got nothing but a message about network problems. He was about to turn and rush back into Amanda's home when he saw a taxi coming. He hailed it and jumped inside. "Lancaster Gate Tube Station," he said.
"Yeah, man," the driver said. "Hey, it's you." Knight did a double take, realizing it was the same driver who'd chased the taxi that had tried to run him and Lancer down.
"Cronus has my kids."
"The crazy guy who blew up Mondajo," the Jamaican cried.
"Go like hell, man," Knight said.
They roared northwest towards Brompton Road, while Knight tried Pottersfield's number again. It did not go through, but he'd no sooner ended the attempt than the iPhone buzzed, alerting him to a text. It was from Hooligan and read, "At your house. Your computer and phone bugged. Assume your mobile bugged too. May be traceable. Call."
Traceable, Knight thought. They've been tracking me.
"Pull over," he yelled. "But you're kids, man," the taxi driver said. "Pull over," Knight said, forcing himself to calm down.
He glanced at the beating hearts on his screen. They'd gone into an address on Porchester Terrace.
"Do you have a mobile?"
"Me old lady's phone died this morning," the driver said, stopping at the curb. "I gave her mine to use while hers be fixed."
"Son of a—" Knight said.
He looked at the screen one last time and memorized the address where the twins were being held. Then he handed the phone to the driver along with 2 50-pound notes. "Listen carefully, mate. I'm going to leave this phone with you, and you're going to drive it out to Heathrow."
"What?"
"Don't argue," Knight said, now scribbling on a business card. "Drive it to Heathrow
and then circle back to this address in Chelsea. You'll see police there. Ask for Inspector Pottersfield or Hooligan Crawford. He's with Private. Give them the phone. There'll be a reward in it for you."
"What about your kids, man?"
But Knight was already gone, running across Brompton Road towards Montpellier Street, heading north towards Hyde Park, thinking that the last thing he wanted was to have police arrive in force, surround the place, and force Marta's hand, or Cronos's hand for that matter. It could cost Luke and Isabel their lives, and Knight could not survive that. He'd scout the place out, and then find a phone to alert Elaine, Jack, Hooligan, Pope, and everyone else in London. Knight was gasping for air by the time he reached the trail that paralleled the west shore of the Serpentine. His lungs were on fire when he left the park 10 minutes later and crossed Bayswater Road across from Lancaster Gate Tube Station. He went west along Bayswater Road, past a crowd of revellers at the Swan pub still celebrating England's come-from-behind victory over Bazil, and finally took a right onto Porchester Terrace. The address he sought was on the west side of the street towards Fulton Mews. Knight stayed on the east pavement, moving methodically north until he got as close to the address as he dared in case the street was being monitored. He desperately wished he'd had his binoculars with him, but could see that the white apartment building had balconies on every floor and iron bars on the ground floor windows. There were identical apartment buildings on either side of the building Knight was targeting. Every window in the building was dark, except for a light that glowed from French doors leading to the balcony of a flat on the northeast corner of the 3rd floor. Was this where Marta was holding his children? Rain began to fall again, hard enough for Knight to decide he would not look out of place if he put up the hood on his raincoat and walked past the building on the east side of the street. Were Isabel and Luke inside? Cronos. Was this their hideout? Knight walked past, taking what he hoped would look like casual glances at the doorway, wondering if he should risk crossing to the other side for a closer look before he went to one of the hotels over on Inverness Terrace to call Elaine. Then he noticed how close that balcony was to the balcony immediately to the north, which was attached to a wholly separate building. It appeared to Knight that anyone would almost certainly be able to see from that balcony on the adjacent building into the apartment where he thought Luke and Isabel might be being held. Hell, you could probably jump from one balcony to the other. Knight slowed and studied the facades of the apartment buildings, trying to figure out how to climb up there. But then lights went on behind the French windows of the adjacent balcony. Someone was home there. Instantly, a plan hatched in Knight's mind. He'd ring their bell, explain what was going on, and ask to use their phone to call Pottersfield and to access the balcony for surveillance purposes. But then he thought to go to the rear of the two buildings to see if any other lights were on. It took him 3 minutes. No other lights. He returned to Porchester Terrace just as a woman came out through the front door of the apartment building he wished to enter. Knight bolted past her, smiled at her as if they were old friends, bounded up the steps, and caught the security door before it could shut. Even better. He'd go straight up and knock at the door of the flat on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. When they saw his private badge, they were sure to let him in. He ran up the 2 flights of stairs and came out into a centre hallway that smelled of frying sausages. The 3rd floor was divided into 4 separate flats. Knight went to the southeast-facing flat, number 3B, heard a television inside, and knocked sharply before holding up his private badge and ID to the peephole. He heard footsteps approach, and then a pause before locks were thrown and the apartment door opened to reveal a puzzled Michael Lancer, who said, "Knight, what are you doing here?" Chapter 95. Lancer wore a tracksuit and looked as though he had not shaved in days. And his eyes were sunken and hollow, as if he'd slept little since being fired from his position with the London Organising Committee. "You live here, Mike?" Knight asked incredulously. "Past 10 years," Lancer replied. "What's going on?" Puzzled now, Knight said, "Can I come in?" Sure," Lancer said, standing aside. "Place is a mess, but—" "Why are you here?" Knight walked down a hallway into a well-appointed living area. Beer bottles and old Chinese takeaway containers littered the coffee table. The southern wall was exposed brick. Pressed against it was an open armoire that held a television tuned to the BBC's wrap-up of the last full day of Olympic competition. Beside it was a desk, and on top of it, a glowing laptop computer. A blue cable came out from the side of the computer and was plugged into a wall socket. Seeing that cable, it all suddenly seemed to make some sense tonight. "What do you know about your neighbours on the other side of that wall?" he asked, spotting the French window that led out onto the balcony. "You mean in the other building?" Lancer asked, puzzled. "Exactly," Knight said. The LOCOG member shook his head. "Nothing. It's been empty for almost a year, I believe. I mean, I haven't seen anyone on the balcony for almost that long. Someone's in there now," Knight said, and then gestured at the blue cable. "Is that a Cat 5e line linked to the internet?" Lancer seemed to be struggling to understand where Knight was going with all these questions. "Yes, of course." "No Wi-Fi?" Knight asked. "The Cat has much higher security. Why are you so interested in the flat in the building next door?" "Because I believe that Cronus, or one of his Furies, has rented it so they could tap into your computer line." Lancer's jaw dropped. "What?" "That's how they were able to crack the Olympic security system," Knight went on. "They tapped into your line, stole your passwords, and in they went." The former decathlon athlete looked at his computer, blinking. "How do you know all this? How do you know they're next door?" "Because my children are in there." "Your children?" Lancer said, shocked. Knight nodded. His hands balled into fists. "A woman named Marta Brezinova, a nanny I hired recently, kidnapped them on Cronus's behalf. She doesn't know that the twins are wearing pieces of jewelry fitted with a GPS transmitter. Their signals are coming from that flat." "Jesus," Lancer said, dumbstruck. "They were right next to me the whole—" "We've got to call Scotland Yard. MI5. Get a special weapons unit in here." "You do that," Knight said. "I'm going to see if I can look into that flat from your balcony. And tell them to come in quiet. No sirens. I don't want my kids getting killed on a knee-jerk reaction." Lancer nodded emphatically, pulled out his mobile, and began punching in numbers as Knight slipped out through the French window onto the rain-soaked balcony. He moved past wet patio furniture and tried to see into the other flat. The other balcony was less than 6 feet away, featured an iron balustrade, and was empty apart from some old wet leaves. The French window had gauzy white curtains hanging over it that let light out, but gave Knight no clear idea of the interior layout. To his right, Knight could hear Lancer talking on his phone, explaining what was going on. A wind came up. The French window on the far balcony blew open several inches, revealing a stark white carpet and a white country-style table on which several computers stood glowing, all connected to blue Cat 5e lines. Knight was about to go back into Lancer's apartment to tell him what he'd seen, when he heard his son whine from somewhere in the adjacent flat. "No, Marta. Lukey want to go home for birthday party." "Shut up, you spoiled little bastard," Marta hissed, before Knight heard a loud slap, and Luke went hysterical. "And learn to use the loo!" Chapter 96. The primal instinct of a father wanting to protect his child seized Knight so completely that without considering the consequences, he climbed up on Lance's railing 30 feet above the ground, crouched, and dived forward. As Knight pushed off from the wet rail, his shoes slipped ever so slightly, and he knew in an instant that he wasn't going to make it onto the floor of the balcony next door. He wasn't even going to reach the railing, and he thought for sure that he was going to plunge and break every bone in his body. But somehow his fingers snagged the bottom of the iron balustrade where it met the balcony floor, and he grabbed at it for dear life, dangling and wondering how long he could hold on. "Shut up!" Marta snapped inside and slapped Luke again. The little boy's sobs turned bitter, and that was enough to trigger a massive surge of adrenaline in Knight. He swung his body left and right, like a pendulum, feeling the iron biting into his hands, but not caring, because on the third swing he was able to catch the edge of the balcony floor with the toe of his right shoe. Seconds later, he was over the railing and onto the balcony itself, his muscles trembling and a chemical taste in his mouth. Luke's crying had become muffled and nasal, as if Marta had gagged Knight's son. Ignoring the stinging in his hands, Knight gripped his Beretta and eased up to the half-open French window. He peeked inside and saw that the living area was similar in layout to Lance's place. The furnishings were wildly different, however, with a much colder touch. Everything in the room, except a gold and red tapestry that hung on the right-hand wall, was the same stark white as the carpet. Luke's muffled cries were coming from a hallway by the kitchen. Knight pushed open the French window and stepped inside. He kicked off his shoes and stalked quickly to the hallway. He had no illusions about what he was doing now. Marta was part of the death of Denton Marshall. She'd helped destroy his mother's happiness. She had tried to destroy the Olympics, and she'd taken his children. He would not hesitate to kill her to save them. Luke's cries softened enough for Knight to be able to hear Isabel weeping too, and then a deeper groaning. All of it was coming from a room on the left, its door open and lights on. Knight hugged the wall and reached the doorway. He looked down the hallway beyond and saw 2 doors, both open, lights off. It was all going down in the room right next to him. He thumbed the Beretta's safety. Gun held out in front of him. Knight stepped into the doorway, sweeping his weapon around the room. He spotted Isabel lying on her side on a bare mattress on the floor to his right, tied up, tape across her mouth, looking towards Marta. The nanny was about 15 feet from Knight, her back turned to the door, and she was changing Luke's nappy on a table against the wall. She had no idea that he was standing in the doorway behind her, searching for a clear shot. But James Daring did. The museum curator and television star was staring at Knight, who understood much of the situation in a heartbeat. Knight stepped forward, aiming the pistol, and said, "Get away from my son, you war criminal bitch, or I will head-shoot you and enjoy doing it." The nanny pivoted in disbelief towards Knight, her attention darting to a black assault rifle standing in the corner several feet away. "Don't even think about it," Knight said, taking another step towards her. "Get down on your belly, hands up behind your head, or I will kill you. Right now!" Marta's eyes went dead and vacant, but she started to comply slowly, lowering her center, watching Knight the way a cornered lioness might. Knight took another step forward, gripping the Beretta two-handed, seeing her framed in his pistol sights. "I said, get down!" he yelled. Marta went flat and put her hands up behind her head. Glancing at Daring, Knight said, "Cronus?" The television personality's eyes glazed before Knight heard a nearby thudding noise, and something viciously hard hit his head. It was like storms he'd seen come up over dry lowlands in Portugal. Thunder boomed so loud that it deafened Knight, even as heat lightning crackled, sending electric tentacles through his brain, so brilliant that they blinded him into darkness. Chapter 97. Sunday, the 12th of August, 2012. The sounds of hydraulic doors opening and shoes slapping on tile stirred Karen Pope from an edge of consciousness sleep. The Sun reporter lay on a sofa in Private London's lab, feeling wrecked by a fatigue that was compounded with worry. No one had heard from Knight since he'd walked out the rear door of his house. Not Pottersfield, not Hooligan, not Pope, not Morgan, nor anyone else at Scotland Yard or Private. They'd waited for him at his home until shortly after dawn, when Pottersfield had left to examine the bodies of the two dead women found in the abandoned factory. Pope and Hooligan returned to Private to run the fingerprints that Hooligan had taken at Knight's house through the Balkan War Crimes database. They'd got a hit almost immediately. Senka, the oldest of the Braslich siblings, had been all over the place. When Hooligan informed Pottersfield, the inspector told them that preliminary fingerprint work on the more recently slain woman positively identified her as Nada, the middle Braslich sister. At that point, around 8 a.m. that Sunday, Pope had hit a wall of exhaustion and had lain down on the couch, using one of Hooligan's lab coats for a blanket. How long had she slept? "Hooligan, wake up," she heard Jack say. "There's a beat-up raster at the front desk looking for you. He says he's got something that he was supposed to hand-deliver to you for Knight, and he refuses to give it to me." At that, Pope opened an eye to see the American standing at Hooligan's desk and Private London's chief scientist rousing from a nap. Above him, the clock read 10:20. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Pope sat up groggily, then got to her feet and stumbled after Hooligan and Jack out of the lab to the reception area, where a Jamaican sat painfully in a chair by the lift. A large bandage covered his grossly swollen cheek. His arm was in a cast and secured by a sling. "I'm Hooligan," the scientist said. The raster struggled up and held out his good hand, saying, "Quietu alla dua. I drive the cab." Hooligan gestured at the cast and bandage. "Crash?" Oladua nodded. "Big time one. On my way to Heathrow. Broadsided by a panel van. I've been in hospital all night." Pope said, "What about Knight?" "Yeah, mon," the raster said, digging in his pocket and coming up with a smashed iPhone. "He give me this one here last night, and tell me to drive it to Heathrow, and then back to his home to find you or some inspector with the police. I went to Nat's home when I got out of hospital this morning, and police told me you're gone, so I came here." "To give us a smashed phone?" Jack asked. "Wasn't smashed before the accident," the raster said indignantly. "He said something on that phone help you find his kids." "Fuck," Hooligan grunted. He snatched the remains of Knight's phone from Oladua, spun around, and took off for the lab with Pope and Jack close on his heels. "Hey!" Oladua yelled after them. "Him say I get reward!" Chapter 98. Knight surfaced from oblivion slowly, starting deep in the reptilian part of his brain with a sense of the smell of meat frying. At first he had no notion of who he was or where he was. Just that odour of meat frying. Then he understood that he was lying prone on something hard. His hearing returned next, like pounding surf that cleared to static and then to voices. Television voices. Knight knew who he was then, and dimly recalled being in the bedroom with his children, Marta, and daring before it had all gone blank. He tried to move. He couldn't. His wrists and hands were bound. The flute began, airy and trilling, and Knight forced his eyes open, seeing blurrily that he was not in that bedroom in the white flat anymore. The floor below him was hardwood, not carpeted, and the walls around him were dark-panelled and heaved to and fro like the sea churning. Knight felt nauseated and shut his eyes, still hearing the flute music and the broadcast announcers arguing before he moved his head and felt a terrible throbbing at the back of his skull. After several seconds, he opened his eyes a second time, finding that his focus was now better. He spotted Isabel and Luke, unconscious on the floor not far away, still bound and gagged. Then he twisted his head, trying to locate the source of the music, seeing the side of a four-poster bed at the centre of the room, and on it, James Daring. Dazed as he was, Knight understood Daring's predicament at a glance. It was the same predicament in which he'd seen the museum curator before it had all gone to blackness. The television star lay spread eagle on the mattress, lashed to the bedposts, and wearing a hospital gown. His mouth was taped shut. An IV line ran into his wrist from a bag hanging on a rack by the bed. The flute music stopped, and Knight saw someone backlit by brilliant sunlight coming towards him across the room. Mike Lancer carried a black combat shotgun loosely in his left hand and a glass of orange juice in his right. He set the juice down on a table and squatted down near Knight, gazed at him in amusement and said, "Awake at last. Feel like things got rearranged upstairs, did you?" He laughed and displayed the weapon. Brilliant, these old riot guns. Even air-driven, the beanbags really pack a wallop, especially if delivered to the head at close range. "Cronus," Knight said, still hazy. He could smell alcohol on Lancer's breath. Lancer said, "You know, I had a feeling about you right from the beginning, Knight. Or at least since Dan Carter's untimely death. A premonition that you would come closest to figuring me out. But I took the necessary precautions. And here we are." Deeply confused, Knight said, "The Olympics were your life. Why?" Lancer rested the riot gun against the inside of his knee and reached back to scratch the side of his head. As he did, Knight saw his face flush with anger. He stood up, grabbed the juice glass, and drank from it before saying, "The modern games have been corrupt since the beginning. Bribed judges, genetic freaks, drug-fueled monsters. It needed to be cleaned up. And I was the one to, even in Knight's blurry state, it didn't sound right, and he said bullshit. I don't believe you." Lancer glared at him before whipping the glass at Knight. It missed and shattered against the wall behind him. "Who are you to question my motives?" Lancer roared. Concussion or not, threat or not, things were becoming clearer to Knight, who said, "You didn't do this just to expose the games. You sacrificed them in front of a world audience. There has to be a warped sense of rage behind that." Lancer got angrier. "I am an emanation of the Lord of Time." He looked over at the twins. "Cronus, devourer of children." The implied threat terrified Knight. How far gone was the man? "No," Knight said, following his foggy instincts. "Something happened to you. Something that filled you with hatred and made you want to do all this." Lancer's voice rose. "The Olympics are supposed to be a religious festival. one where honourable men and women compete in the eyes of heaven. The modern games are its exact opposite. The gods were offended by the arrogance of men, the hubris of mankind. Knight's vision blurred slightly, and he felt sickened again. But his brain was working better with each passing second. He shook his head. The gods weren't offended. You were offended. Who were they? The arrogant men.
The ones that have died in the last 2 weeks, Lancer retorted hotly.
Then he smiled. Including Dan Carter and your other dear colleagues. Knight stared at him, unable to comprehend the depths of the man's depravity. You bombed that plane. Carter was getting a little too close, Lancer replied. The others were collateral damage. Collateral damage! Knight shouted, feeling like he wanted to kill the man standing before him, ripping him limb from limb. But then his head began to throb again, and he lay there panting, looking at Lancer. After several moments he said, "Who offended you?" Lancer's expression went hard as he stared off into the past. "Who?" Knight demanded again. The former decathlon champion glared at Knight in utter fury and said, "Doctors." Chapter 99.
In broad, bitter strokes, I tell Knight a story that no one except the Braslich sisters has ever heard in its entirety, starting with the hatred I was born with, right through stabbing my mother and killing the monsters who stoned me after I went to live with Minister Bob in Brixton, the roughest neighbourhood in all of London. I tell Knight that after the stoning in the spring of my 15th year, Minister Bob had me enter for a track meet because he thought I was stronger and faster than most boys. He had no idea what I was capable of. Neither did I. During that first meet I won 6 events, the 100, 200, javelin, triple jump, long jump and discus. I did it again in a regional competition and a third time at a junior national meet in Sheffield. A man named Lionel Higgins approached me after Sheffield. I tell Knight Higgins was a private decathlon coach. He told me I had the talent to be the greatest all-round athlete in the world and to win the Olympic gold medal. He offered to help me figure out a way to train full-time and filled my head with false dreams of glory and a life lived according to Olympic ideals, of competing fairly, may the best man win and all that nonsense. Snorting scornfully, I say, the monster slayer in me bought the phony spiel, hook, line, and sinker. I go on to tell Knight how I lived the Olympic ideals for the next 15 years of my life, despite the headaches that would lay me low at least once a month. Higgins arranged for me to join the Coldstream Guards, where in return for a decade of service I'd be allowed to train. I did so furiously, single-mindedly, some say maniacally, for a shot at athletic immortality that finally came for me at the Games in Barcelona in 1992. We expected the oppressive heat and humidity, I say tonight. Higgins sent me to India to train for it, figuring that Bombay would be worse than Spain. He was right. I was the best prepared, and I was mentally ready to suffer more than anyone else. Wrapped in the darkest of my memories, I shake my head like a terrier breaking a rat's spine and say, none of it mattered. I describe how I led the Barcelona decathlon after the first day, through the 110-metre hurdles, high jump, discus, pole vault, and the 400. Temperatures were in the upper 90s and the oppressive, saturated air took its toll on me. I cramped up and collapsed after placing second in the 400. They rushed me to a medical tent, I tell Knight, but I wasn't concerned. Higgins and I figured I would need a legal electrolytic boost after day 1. I kept calling for my coach, but the medical personnel wouldn't let him in. I could see they were going to put me on an IV. I told them I wanted my own coach to replenish the fluids and minerals I lost with a mixture we'd fine-tuned to my metabolism. But I was in no condition to fight them when they put the needle in my arm and connected it to a bag of God only knows what. Looking at Knight, feeling livid, I'm reliving the aftermath all over again. I was a ghost of myself the next day. The javelin and the long jump were my best events, and I cratered in both. I didn't finish in the top 10, and I was the reigning world champion. The anger in me is almost overwhelming when I say, no dream realized, Knight, no Olympic glory, no proof of my superiority, sabotaged by what the modern games have become. Knight stares at me with the same distrustful and fearful expression that Marta gave me when I offered to save her and her sisters in that police station in Bosnia. But you were world champion, Knight says, twice. The immortals win Olympic gold. The superior wins gold. I was robbed of my chance by monsters. It was premeditated sabotage. Knight gazes at me in disbelief now. And so you started plotting your revenge right then, 18 years ago? The scope of my revenge grew over time, I admit. It began with the Spanish doctors who doped me. They died of supposedly natural causes in September 93. The referees who oversaw the event were killed in separate car crashes in 94 and early 95. And the Furies, Knight asks. I sit on a stool a few feet from him. Hardly anyone knows that after my regiment ended its service in the Queen's Guard, we were sent into Sarajevo for a rotation with the NATO peacekeeping mission. I lasted less than 5 weeks due to a roadside bomb that cracked my head for the second time in my life. Knight's words were less slurred now, and his eyes less glassy when he said, "Was that before or after you helped the Braslich sisters escape from that police station near Srebrenica?" I smile bitterly. After. With new passports and new identities, I brought the Furies to London and set them up in a flat next door. We even cut a secret door behind my armoire and their tapestry, so we could appear to live separate lives. Dedicated to destroying the Olympics? Knight asks acidly. Yes, that's right. As I said, the gods were behind this, behind me. It was fate. How else do you explain that very early on in the process, I was asked to be a member of the organising committee, and lo and behold, London won the bid. Fate allowed me to be on the inside from the start, hiding things where I needed them, altering them if they suited my purpose, given full access to every inch of every venue, and now, with everyone hunting you and your children, fate will allow me to finish what I've begun. Knight's face contorts. You're insane. No, Knight, I reply, just superior in ways you can't understand. I stand up and start to walk away. He calls after me. So are you going to wipe out all the Furies before your big finale? Kill Marta and then escape? Not at all, I chuckle. Marta's out putting your daughter's necklace and your son's watch on trains to Scotland and France, respectively. When she's done, she'll return here, release Mr. Daring, and then kill your children. And then you.
Chapter 100. Knight's pounding head felt battered, as if it had been struck again. His attention lurched to his sleeping children. The necklace and wristwatch were gone. There was no way to trace them now. And what about the taxi driver? Why hadn't he given the phone to Hooligan or Pottersfield? Why hadn't they come for him? Were they tracking Marta to the trains? Knight looked back to Lancer, who was gathering up a bag and some papers. "My kids have done nothing," Knight said. "They're just 3 years old. Innocent."
"Little monsters," Lancer said flatly, turning for the door. "Goodbye, Knight. It was nice competing with you, but the better man has won."
"No, you haven't!"
Knight shouted after him.
"Mundaho proved it. You haven't won. The Olympic spirit lives on, whatever you do."
That hit a nerve because Lancer turned and marched back towards Knight, only to flinch and stop at the sound of a gunshot. It came from the television and caused Lancer to relax, a smirk on his face.
"The men's marathon has started," he said. "The final game has begun. And you know what, Knight? Because I'm the superior man, I'm going to let you live to see the ending. Before Marta kills you, she's going to let you witness exactly how I snuff out that Olympic spirit, once and for all."
Chapter 101. A half-hour later, approaching noon, Pope glanced nervously from coverage of the men's marathon to Hooligan, who was still hunched over the shards of the iPhone, trying to coax Knight's whereabouts from them. "Anything?" the reporter asked, feeling completely stymied.
"SIM card's pretty fucking hammered, eh?"
Private London's chief scientist replied without looking up. "But I think I'm getting close." Jack had left to oversee security at the finish line of the men's marathon. Elaine Pottersfield was in the lab, however. The police inspector had arrived only a few moments before, agitated and exhausted by the pressures of the preceding 24 hours. "Where did this cabbie say he'd picked up Peter?" she asked impatiently. Pope said, "Somewhere in Knightsbridge, I think. If Oladua had a mobile, we could call him. But he said his wife's got it." Pottersfield thought a moment. "Milner Street, in Kensington, perhaps?" "That was it?" Hooligan grunted. "Knight was at his mother's then," the inspector said. "Amanda must know something." She yanked out her phone and started scrolling for her number. "Here we are," Hooligan said, raising his head from 2 sensors, clipped to a surviving piece of Knight's SIM card, to look at the screen, which was covered with the gibberish of code. He leaned over to a keyboard and began typing, even as Pope heard Pottersfield say hello, identify herself as both a police detective and the sister of Knight's dead wife, and asked to speak with Amanda Knight. Then the inspector left the lab. 2 minutes later, Hooligan's screen mutated from electronic hieroglyphics to a blurry screenshot of a website. Pope said, "What is that?" "Looks like a map of some sort," Hooligan replied, as the inspector burst back into the lab. "Can't read the URL, though." "Trace Angels," Pottersfield shouted. "It says Trace Angels." Chapter 102.
The crowd along the south side of Birdcage Walk facing St. James's Park is bigger and deeper than I had anticipated. But then again, the men's marathon is one of the final competitions of the Games. It's beastly hot. 11:30, and the leaders are coming around to start the second of 4 long laps that constitute the racetrack. I hear the crowds roar and spot the runners heading west towards the Victoria Memorial and Buckingham Palace. Carrying a small shoulder sack, I push to the front of the crowd, holding aloft my Olympic security pass, which was never taken from me. It's critical that I be seen now, here, at this moment. I'd planned to find any policeman I could, but when I look down the side of the course, I see someone familiar. I duck the tape and walk towards him, holding up the pass. "Inspector Casper," I say. "Mike Lancer." The inspector nodded. "Seems to me you got a raw deal." "Thank you," I say, then add, "I'm no longer official, of course, but I was wondering if I could cut across the street when there's a gap in the runners. I wanted to watch from the north side, if I could." Casper considered the request, then shrugged and said, "Sure. Why not?" 30 seconds later, I'm across the street, pushing back through the crowd and into the park. Inside, I move east, glancing at my watch and thinking that Marta will release Daring in 90 minutes or so, right around the end of the marathon, a move that should attract heavy police attention and give me enough of an edge to ensure that I can't possibly be beaten. I won't be defeated today, I think. Not today, and never again.
Chapter 103. For the last 30 minutes, his mouth taped shut, his head pounding and painful, Knight had alternated between trying to break free of his bonds, gasping in frustration, and looking longingly at his comatose children, dully aware of the marathon coverage blaring from the television in Lancer's spare bedroom. It was 11:55. In mile 11, kilometre 19, just shy of an hour into the race, runners from the UK, Ethiopia, Kenya and Mexico had broken away from the main pack along the Victoria embankment. They were using each other to chew up ground as they headed past the London Eye towards Parliament at sub-Olympic record pace, despite the blistering heat. Knight wondered grimly what atrocity Lancer had waiting somewhere along the marathon route. But he refused to contemplate what Marta might have in store for him and the twins in the aftermath of the last race of the Games. He closed his eyes and began to pray to God and to Kate, pleading with them to help him save their children. He told them he'd be fine about dying if that meant he'd be with Kate again. But the children, they deserved to... Marta walked into the room, carrying the black assault weapon that Knight had seen the night before, as well as a plastic bag containing 3 litre-sized Coke bottles. Her dark locks had been chopped and dyed, leaving her hair a violent blonde, tipped with silver highlights that somehow matched the black leather skirt, tank top, and calf-length boots she wore. Her heavy makeup changed her appearance still further. If Knight hadn't spent so much time around her in the last 2 weeks, he might never have recognized her as the plain nanny who'd first approached him at the playground. Marta paid Knight no mind, as if he and everyone else in the room were afterthoughts. She set the Coke bottles on a dresser, then cradled the gun and went to Daring's side. She set the gun down, picked up a hypodermic needle, and shot it into the IV line that had been inserted into the museum curator's arm. "Time to wake up," she said, and gathered up the gun again. She fished an apple from her pocket and bit into it. Her attention shifted lazily to the marathon coverage. Luke stirred and opened his eyes, looking right at his father. His eyes went wide, then his brows knitted, his face grew beet red, and he began making whining noises, not of fear, but as if he desperately wanted to tell his father something. Knight recognized that red-faced expression and understood the meaning behind the stifled cries immediately. At the noise, Marta looked over with such a cold expression on her face
that Knight's pounding brain screamed at him to make her look at him, and not at his son. Knight began to moan behind his tape. Marta glanced over, chewing her apple, and said, "Shut up. I don't want to hear you cry like your little boy." Instead of complying, Knight moaned louder and smashed his feet against the floor, trying not only to alert someone below, but to bother Marta. He wanted to get her talking. He knew enough about hostage negotiation to understand how crucial it was to get a captor talking. Isabel woke up and started to cry. Marta took up the gun, stomped over to Knight, and laughed. "We own the flat below, too, so go ahead, make noise, no one hears you." With that, she kicked him in the stomach. Knight doubled up and rolled over on his back, gasping and feeling glass from the shattered fruit juice tumbler crunch beneath him. Luke began to wail. Marta glared at the children. Knight was sure that she was going to kick them. But then she squatted down and ripped the tape off Knight's mouth. "Tell them to shut up, or you're all dead right now." "Luke wants to use the loo," Knight said. "Take the tape off. Ask him." Marta shot him a foul look, then scuttled across to his son and peeled off the tape over his mouth. "What?" Knight's son shrank away from Marta, but looked at his father and said, "Lukey need go poop. Big boy Lou." "Crap in your pants, for all I care." "Big boy Lou, Marta," the boy insisted. "Lukey go big boy, no nappy." "Give him a chance," Knight said. "He's just 3. Marta's expression turned into a disgusted sneer, but she got out a knife and cut free Luke's ankles. Gun in one hand, she hauled Knight's son to his feet and snarled, "If this is another false alarm, I'll kill you first." They moved past Daring and disappeared through the door into the hallway. Knight glanced all around, rolled back slightly, and heard glass crunch again, felt tiny shards of it pricking his arms and back. The pain jolted his brain into realizing his opportunity, and he began frantically arching his back and moving around, fingers groping desperately beneath him. "Please, Kate, please." The index finger of his right hand felt the keen edge of a larger shard of glass, perhaps 2 inches long, and tried to coax it into his hand. But he fumbled and dropped it. Cursing under his breath, Knight groped again, but he hadn't found it when he heard Luke cry, "See, Marta? Big boy!" A second later, he heard a toilet flush. Knight's fingers searched in a frenzy. Nothing. He heard footsteps, arched his hips one more time, and pushed himself back closer to where the glass had shattered. Then Luke walked in, wrists still taped in front of him, beaming at his father. "Lukey big boy now, Daddy," he said. "Lukey 3. No nappies."
End of CD 7. CD 8. Chapter 104. "Good job, lad," Knight said, lying back, smiling at his son, glancing at Marta, who was still cradling the gun, and feeling a thick chunk from the bottom of the juice glass lying on the floor just below the small of his back. The fingers of his right hand closed round it, just as Marta said to Luke, "Go and sit down next to your sister. And don't move." She turned to inspect Daring, who was now shifting on the bed. "Wake up," she said again. "We have to go soon." Daring moaned as Knight twisted the chunk of glass into the duct tape around his wrists and began to sort it. Luke came dutifully towards his father, smiling and saying, "Lukey, big boy." His attention jumping back to Marta, Knight said, "Brilliant. Now sit down like Marta told you to." But his son didn't budge. "We go home, Daddy," Luke said, and Bella began to whine in agreement behind her gag. "We go and have party?" "Soon," Knight said, feeling the tape begin to part. "Very soon." But then Marta snatched up the gun and a roll of duct tape and started towards Luke. His son took one look at the tape and cried, "No, Marta!"
Luke ducked and started to run. Marta became infuriated, pointing the gun at Knight's son. She barked, "Sit down, now, or you die!" But Knight's son was too young to understand fully the implications of having a loaded weapon aimed at him. "No," Luke said, impudently, and jumped onto the mattress beside Isabel, his eyes darting around, looking for escape. "I'll teach you then," Marta said, stalking towards Luke, her stare fully on the boy and not on Knight, who felt his wrists come free. As she passed him, looking to corner his son, Knight lashed out with his bound feet. They connected hard with Marta's Achilles tendons. She cried out as her legs buckled, and she fell sideways to the floor. The gun clattered away. Knight twisted around, clutching that chunk of glass, and tried to slash her with it, but her reaction time was stunningly fast and practical. She threw up her forearm, taking the cut there, before kneeing Knight hard in the chest. The wind knocked out of him. Knight let go of the glass shard. Insane with fury, Marta jumped to her feet and snatched up the gun. She marched over to one of the Coke bottles, opened it, and stuffed the muzzle inside and down into the liquid before saying, "I don't care what Cronus wants. I have had enough of you and your bastard children." Marta deftly wrapped duct tape around her bleeding arm and then around the gun barrel and the mouth of the bottle before swinging around the crudely silenced weapon. Her eyes had gone dark and dead, and Knight had a glimpse of what all those Bosnian boys must have seen when the Braslich sisters had come calling. With grim intent, Marta marched towards Luke, who still sat beside his sister. She said to Knight, "The boy goes first. I want you to see how it's done." "Lancer is going to kill you," Knight shouted at her. "Just like he killed your sisters." That stopped her progress. She turned to him and said, "My sisters are very much alive. They have already escaped from London." "No," Knight said. "Lancer killed them both. He broke Angela's neck, and then cut off her hands and sent them to me. Nada's throat was cut from ear to ear." "That's a lie," Marta snarled as she came at him, raising the gun. "They were found in the same abandoned factory near the gasworks where you kept Selina Farrell." That information made Marta pause briefly. "How come it hasn't been on the news?" "They probably haven't alerted the media," Knight said, fumbling for an answer. "They do that, you know. Hide things." "You're lying," she said. Then she shrugged, "And even if it is true, so much the better for me. I am sick of them. I think of killing them myself from time to time." Marta clicked off the rifle's safety catch. Chapter 105. Suddenly, sirens wailed nearby, coming closer, and Knight's spirits surged with renewed hope. "They're coming for you now," he said, grinning insanely at Marta and the bottom of the Coke bottle. "You're going to the gallows, no matter what you do to me and my children." "No," she laughed caustically. "If they go anywhere, they go next door, not here. In the meantime, I kill you and then use the tunnel to escape." She tried to press the Coke bottle against Knight's head, but he batted at it with his hand and jerked around as the sirens came closer and louder. He thought, by time, at least the twins will be saved. But then Marta stepped on the side of Knight's neck with her boot, choking him as she lowered the silenced gun. He looked up at her cross-eyed and grabbed at her ankles, trying to upset her balance. But she just ground her boot deeper and harder into his neck, until his strength was gone. Marta peered down at him. "Goodbye, Mr. Knight. Too bad I don't have a pickaxe." Chapter 106. Knight thought of Kate in the instant before Marta's eyes snapped wide open.
She screamed in agony, yanked the Coke bottle away from his head and her boot off his neck, and fired the rifle. With a weird, wet thud, the silenced gun blew a hole in the wall just above Knight's head. Coke and plastic fragments showered down on him as Marta screamed in agony once more. Frenzied, she spun away from Knight, groping wildly behind her. Luke had bitten into Marta's hamstring and was holding on like a little bulldog while his nanny furiously pounded against him, screaming again and again. Knight kicked her hard in the shin, and she dropped the gun before ramming her elbow hard into Luke's side. The boy slammed against the wall and lay still. Knight crawled after the gun, while Marta glared at Luke and felt down her leg for the gaping wound he'd left. She didn't notice his father until he was inches from the rifle. She cursed and lunged towards Knight as his finger found the trigger and he tried to swing the gun to point it at her. She swept her other arm round and struck the side of the barrel, deflecting his aim even as the now unsilenced rifle went off again, this time with a deafening boom that disorientated Knight for a second. He looked around, dizzy, praying that he'd managed to shoot Marta somehow. But then the oldest fury kicked him in the ribs and ripped the gun from his hands. Gasping and grinning in triumph, she aimed the muzzle at Knight's unconscious son. "Watch him die," she snarled. The shot this time sounded distant and otherworldly to Knight, but it was aimed perfectly at his breaking heart. He fully expected Luke's small body to jump at the bullet's impact. Instead, Marta's throat exploded in a slurry of blood before the war criminal nanny crumpled and sprawled dead between Knight and his son. Dumbfounded and slack-jawed, Knight twisted his head around and saw Kate's older sister rising from a shooting crouch. Part 5. The Finish Line. Chapter 107. 25 minutes after Pottersfield had shot and killed the wanted war criminal Senka Braslich, the police inspector and Knight were in her car, sirens and lights on, racing through the streets of Chelsea and heading towards the Mall, where the top runners were well into their fourth and final lap of the marathon route. Ordinarily, the men's marathon, the final event of the Summer Games, would end in the host city's Olympic Stadium. But the London organisers, largely at Lance's urging, it turned out, had decided that sending the runners through the scruffy East End was not the best way to sell the city's stunning attributes to the world. Instead, the organisers opted to have the marathon contestants run 4 6.5-mile laps, each of them featuring some of London's most notable landmarks as telegenic backdrops for the race. From Tower Hill to the Houses of Parliament, along the Thames, past the London Eye and Cleopatra's Needle. The start and finish would take place on the Mall, well in sight of Buckingham Palace. "I want his picture in everyone's mobile, iPhone, BlackBerry," Pottersfield shouted into her radio. "Find him! Having the marathon here was his idea!" Knight was thinking about how bloody brilliant she was at her job. She'd called up the Trace Angel site, seen that the children had been put on trains, but then thought to look at their whereabouts earlier and saw the address on Porchester Terrace. After contacting the trains and getting word from conductors that there was no one matching the Knight children's description aboard, she'd led the police contingent to the building near Lancaster Gate. They'd been in the Furies' flat when the crudely silenced gun had gone off next door, and they'd heard it. They'd discovered the entrance to Lance's place behind that tapestry on the wall, and had then thrown a stun grenade a moment after Knight had fired the weapon. Setting down her radio, Pottersfield said shakily, "We'll get him. Everybody's hunting him now." Knight grunted, staring out the window into the glaring sunlight, still feeling dizzy and sore from the blows he'd taken. "You okay, Elaine? Having to shoot?" "Me? You shouldn't even be here, Peter,"
Pottersfield scolded. "You should be back there in that ambulance with your kids going to hospital. You need to be looked at yourself." "Amanda and Boss are on their way to meet Luke and Bella. I'll get examined when Lance has stopped." Pottersfield changed down and shot out onto Buckingham Palace Road. "You're sure Lancer said the attack was on the marathon?" Knight struggled to remember before replying, "Before he left, I told him that no matter what he might do, the Olympic spirit would never die. I told him that Mundaho had proved it, and Shaw and Dr. Pierce. That got him insanely angry, and I was certain he would kill me. But then the starting gun for the marathon went off, and he said something like, 'The men's marathon. The final game has begun, and because I'm the superior man, I'm going to let you live to see the ending. Before Marta kills you, she's going to let you witness exactly how I snuff out that Olympic spirit once and for all.'" Pottersfield skidded the car to a stop in front of the police barrier opposite St. James's Park and got out, holding up her badge to the officers guarding it. "He's with Private and with me. Where's Inspector Casper?" The policeman, who looked miserable in the stifling heat, pointed north towards the roundabout in front of Buckingham Palace and said, "You want me to call him?" Knight's sister-in-law shook her head before vaulting the barrier and battling her way through the crowd onto Birdcage Walk, with Knight following somewhat woozily right behind her. Runners who were well behind the leaders were heading painfully towards the Queen Victoria Memorial at the centre of the roundabout. Billy Casper was already hustling towards Knight and Pottersfield. "Sweet Jesus, Elaine," he said. "I had the bastard right in front of me not an hour ago. He went into St. James's Park." "Did you get Lance's picture?" "Everyone in the force got it 10 seconds ago," Casper replied, and then looked grim. "The route is more than 10 kilometres long. There's 500,000 people, maybe more, lining the route. How the hell are we going to find him?" "At the finish, or somewhere near it," Knight said. "It fits his flair for the dramatic. Have you seen Jack Morgan?" "He's way ahead of you, Peter," Casper said. "As soon as he heard Kronos was Lancer, and that he was still on the loose, he went straight to the finish arena. Smart guy for a Yank." But 26 minutes later, as roars went up from back along the marathon route south of St. James's Park, Lancer had still not been sighted, and every aspect of the timing system had been re-examined for possible booby traps. Standing high atop stands erected along the Mall, Knight and Jack, who had shown up minutes after Knight had asked after him, were using binoculars to look up into the trees to see if Lancer had climbed one and taken up position as a sniper. Casper and Pottersfield were doing much the same on the other side of the street. But their views were hampered by scores of large Union Jack and Olympic flags fluttering on poles running westward towards Buckingham Palace. "I checked him out myself," Jack said somberly, lowering his binoculars. "Lancer, I mean. When he did some work for us a few years back in Hong Kong. He was squeaky clean, nothing but raves from everyone who'd ever known him. And I don't remember ever seeing that he'd served in the Balkans. I'm sure I would have remembered that." "He was there for less than 5 weeks," Knight said. "Long enough to recruit bloodthirsty bitches as mad as he is," Jack said. "Probably why he left the deployment off his CV," Knight said. Before Jack could reply, the roar of the crowd came closer, and people in the stands around the Queen Victoria Memorial leapt to their feet as 2 policemen on motorcycles appeared about 100 yards in front of the same 4 runners who'd broken free of the main pack back at mile 12. "The motorcyclists," Knight said, and threw up his binoculars, trying to see the faces of the officers. But he could tell quickly that neither man was Lancer. Behind the motorcycles, the top 4 runners appeared: the Kenyan, the Ethiopian, the barefoot Mexican, and that lad from Brighton, each of them carrying Olympic and Cameroonian hand flags. After 26 miles, 385 yards, after 42,195 meters. The Kenyan and the Brit were leading, sprinting side by side. But at the 200-yard mark, and hard behind the leaders, the Ethiopian and the Mexican split and sprinted to the leaders' flanks. The crowd went wild as the whippet-thin runners churned down the final straight towards gold and glory, 4 abreast, and none of them giving ground. Then, 20 yards from the finish, the lad from Brighton surged forward, and it looked as if the UK was going to have its first men's marathon gold to go with the historic win by Mary Duckworth in the women's race the previous Sunday. Astonishingly, however, mere feet from the finish line, the Brighton lads slowed. The runners raised their flags, and the foursome went through the tape together. For a second, the crowd was stunned, and Knight could hear broadcasters braying about the unprecedented act and what it was supposed to mean. And then everyone on the Mall saw it for what it was, and started lustily to cheer the gesture, Peter Knight included. He thought, "You see that, Lancer? Kronos. You can't snuff out the Olympic spirit, because it doesn't exist in any one place. It's carried in the hearts of every athlete who's ever striven for greatness, and it always will be." "No attack," Jack said when the cheering died down. "Maybe the show of force along the route scared Lancer off." "Maybe," Knight allowed. Or maybe he wasn't talking about the end of the marathon at all. Chapter 108. The nauseating ending to the men's marathon keeps replaying on the screens around the security stations as I wait, patiently, in the sweltering heat, in the line at the north entrance to the Olympic Park off Ruckholt Road. My head is shaven, and along with every bit of exposed skin, has been stained with henna to a deep russet tone 10 times as dark as my normal colour. The white turban is perfect. So is the black beard, the metal bracelet on my right wrist, and the Indian passport, and the sepia-brown contact lenses, the glasses, and the loose white kurta pyjamas and tunic, that together with a dab of patchouli oil complete my disguise as Jat Singh Rajpal, a tall Sikh textile trader from Punjab, lucky enough to hold a ticket to the closing ceremony. I'm 2 feet from the screeners when my face, my normal face, appears on one of the television screens that have been showing the finish of the marathon. At first I feel panicky, but then I quickly compose myself and take several discreet glances at the screen, hoping it's just some kind of recap of the events of the Olympics, including my dismissal from the organizing committee. But then I see the banner scrolling beneath my image, and the news that I'm wanted in connection with the Kronos murders. How is it possible? Many voices thunder in my head, triggering one of those insanely blinding headaches. It's everything I can do to stay composed when I step towards an F7 guard, a burly woman, and a young police constable who are inspecting tickets and identification. "You're a long way from home, Mr. Rajpal," the constable says, looking at me expressionlessly. "One is willing to make the journey for an event as wonderful as this," I say in a practiced accent that comes through flawlessly despite the pounding in my skull. I have to fight not to reach up under my turban to touch that scar throbbing at the back of my head. The F7 guard glances at a laptop computer screen. "Have you been to any other events during the games, Mr. Rajpal?" she asks. "2, I say, athletics this past Thursday evening, and field hockey earlier in the week, Monday afternoon. The India-Australia game. We lost." She scans the screen and nods,
We'll need to put your bag and any other metal objects through the screener. Without hesitation, I say, putting the bag on the conveyor belt and depositing coins, my bracelet, and my mobile in a plastic tray that follows it. No kirpan? The constable asks. I smile. Clever lad. No, I left the ceremonial dagger at home. The constable nods. Appreciate that. We've had a few of your blokes try to come in with them. You can go on through now. Moments later, my headache recedes. I've retrieved my bag, which contains only a camera and a large tube of what appears to be sunscreen. Moving quickly past Eaton Manor, I cross an elevated pedestrian bridge that leads me onto the northeast concourse. Skirting the velodrome, the basketball arena, and the athletes' village, I make my way continuously south past the sponsors' hospitality area. I pause to look at them, realizing that I've overlooked many possible violators of the Olympic ideals. No matter, I decide. My final act will more than compensate for the oversight. At that thought, my breath quickens. So does my heart, which is hammering when I smile at the guards at the bottom of the loose spiral staircase that climbs between the legs of the orbit. The restaurant, I say, still open? Until 3:30, sir, one of them replies. You've got 2 hours. And if I wish for food after that, I ask. The other vendors down here will all be open, he says. Only the restaurant is closing. I nod and start the long climb, barely giving heed to the nameless monsters descending the staircase, all of them oblivious to the threat I represent. 12 minutes later, I reach the level of the slowly turning restaurant and go up to the maitre d'. Rajpal, I say. Table for 1. She frowns. Would you be willing to share? It would be a great pleasure, I reply. She nods. It will still be 10 or 15 minutes. Might I use the gents while I wait? I ask. Of course, she says, and stands aside. Other prospective patrons press in behind me, leaving the woman so busy that I'm sure she's already begun to forget about me. When she calls my name, she'll figure I got tired of waiting and left. Even if she has someone check the toilet, they won't find me. Rajpal is already gone. I go to the gents and take the stall I need, which is luckily vacant. 5 minutes go by before the rest of the facility empties. Then, as quickly as I can, I pull myself up to a sitting position on the stool dividers and push up one of the ceiling tiles to reveal a reinforced crawlway built so that maintenance workers can easily get at the electrical and cooling systems. A few moments of struggle, and I'm laying up there in the crawlway, the ceiling tile back in place. Now, all I have to do is calm myself, prepare myself, and trust in fate.
Chapter 109. Knight and Jack were inside the Olympic Park by 4 that afternoon. The sunlight was still glaring, and the heat shimmered off the track. According to Scotland Yard and MI5, which had together seized control of security under orders from the Prime Minister, Mike Lancer had made no effort to get inside the park with his security pass, which someone had smartly flagged immediately after the warning about him had been issued. Around 4:30, Knight's head was still aching as he followed Jack into the empty stadium, where teams with sniffer dogs were patrolling. At the moment, his thoughts were less about finding Lancer than they were about his children. Were they all right in hospital? Was Amanda by their side? Knight was about to make a call to his mother when Jack said, "Maybe he did get spooked at the marathon. Maybe that was his last chance. He saw it wasn't going to work, and he's making his escape." "No," Knight said. "He's going to try something here. Something big." "He'll have to be Houdini," Jack observed. "You heard them.
They've gone to war zone security levels. They're putting double teams of SAS snipers up high, and every available cop in the halls and stairways.
I'm hearing you, Jack, Knight said, but given what the insane bastard has done so far, we can't be sure that any security level is going to work. Think about it. Lancer oversaw $1.5 billion in security spending for the Olympics. He knows every contingency that Scotland Yard and MI5 provided for in their plans. And for much of the past 7 years, that lunatic has had access to every inch of every venue as it was built. Every goddamn inch. Chapter 110. At 3:30 that afternoon, echoing through the 14-inch gap between the restaurant ceiling and the roof of the orbit, I hear hydraulic gears being braked and halted, and feel the slow rotation of the observation deck stop. Closing my eyes and calming my breathing, I prepare for what lies ahead. My fate. My destiny. My just and final due. At 10 minutes to 4, I squeeze the tube of special skin cream onto the turban cloth and use it to turn my skin near black. A maintenance crew enters and cleans the room below me. I can hear their mops sluicing the floor for several minutes, followed by half an hour of silence that is interrupted only by the soft sounds of the movement it takes to stain my head, neck, and hands. At 12 minutes past 4, the first sniffer dog team enters the gents, and I have the sudden terrible thought that the monsters might have been clever enough to bring an article of my clothing to prime their beasts. But the patrol is in and out in under a minute, fooled, no doubt, by the smell of the patchouli oil. They return at 5, and again at 6. When they leave after the third time, I know that my hour is at hand. Cautiously, I grope around under a strip of insulation, finding a loaded ammunition clip put there 7 months ago. Pocketing the clip, I lower myself into the stool, and then strip off my remaining clothes, leaving me two-tone, black and white, and a terror to behold in the mirror. Naked now, except for my wristwatch, I rip a length of turban fabric and wrap the two ends around my hands, leaving an 18-inch section dangling slack. Taking a position tight to the wall next to the gents' door, I settle down to wait. At 6:45 I hear footsteps and men's voices. The door opens and comes right up against my face before it swings back the other way to reveal the back of a tall, athletic, black monster in a tracksuit and carrying a large duffel bag. He is big. I assume he's skilled, but he is no match for a superior being. The slack turban fabric flicks over his head and settles below his chin. Before he can even react, I've got my knee in his back, and I'm throttling the life out of him. Seconds later, still feeling the quivering and soft nasal whining of his death, I drag the monster's body to the farthest stall and then move to his duffel bag, glancing at my watch. 30 minutes until showtime. It takes me less than half that to don the parade uniform of the Queen's Guardsman and set the black bearskin hat on my head, feeling its familiar weight settle above my eyebrows and tight to my ears. After a minor adjustment, I've got the leather chin strap taut and snug against my jaw. Last, I pick up his automatic rifle, knowing very well that it's empty. I don't care. The ammo clip is full. Then I return to the middle stall and wait. At 7:15, I hear the door open and a voice growl, "Supple, we're up." "On it in 2, I reply, disguising my voice with a cough. "Go to the hatch. See you topside," he says. I hope not, I think, before I hear the door close behind him. Out of the stall now, I go to the door, tracking the sweep of the second hand of my watch. At exactly 90 seconds,
I take a deep breath and step out through the door and into the hallway, carrying the duffel bag. At a quick pace, eyes gazing straight ahead, my face expressionless, I walk through the restaurant to the glass doors on the right-hand side of the dining room. 2 SAS men are already unlocking the doors. As they swing them open, exposing me to the heat, I set my duffel bag to one side, next to another identical one, and charge past them onto the observation platform and towards a narrow doorway that is open and guarded by yet another SAS man. I've timed it perfectly. The guard hisses, "Cutting it bloody close, mate." "Shaving it close is what the Queen's Guard do, mate," I say, ducking past him and into a tight stairwell with a narrow steel staircase that rises to a retracting hatch door and open air. I can see the early evening sky and clouds racing above me. Hearing distant trumpets calling, I climb towards my fate, so close now that I can feel it like a muscle burn and taste it like sweet sweat on my lips.
Chapter 111. The trumpeters stood to either side of the stage down on the floor of the Olympic Stadium, blowing a plaintive melody that Knight did not recognize. He stood high in the stands at the north end of the venue, using binoculars to scan the crowd. He was tired, his head aching, and was feeling overly irritated by the lingering heat and the sound of the trumpets launching the closing ceremony. As it stopped, the screens around the stadium jumped to a feed showing a medium-range view of the Olympic cauldron high atop the orbit and flanked, as it had been since the opening ceremony, by the ramrod-straight Queen's Guardsmen. The guardsmen, on the raised platform above the roof, shouldered their guns, pivoted through 45 degrees, and marched stiff-legged, their free arms pumping, in opposite directions towards 2 new guardsmen who climbed up onto the roof from hatches on either side of the observation deck and moved towards the platform and cauldron. The guards passed each other exactly halfway between the cauldron and the stairwell. The guards who were being relieved of duty disappeared from the roof, and the new pair climbed the platform from either side to stand rigidly at attention beside the Olympic flame. Night roamed the crowd for the next hour and a half. As the summer sky began to darken and breezes began to stir, he was buoyed by the fact that, despite the threat Lancer still posed, an incredible number of athletes, coaches, judges, referees and fans had decided to attend the closing ceremony when they could just as easily have gone home to more certain safety. The affair had originally been planned as a celebration as joyous as the opening ceremony had been before the death of the American shot-putter. But the organisers had tweaked the ceremony in light of the murders, and had made it more sombre and meaningful by enlisting the London Symphony Orchestra to back Eric Clapton, who delivered a heart-wrenching version of his song "Tears in Heaven." In that same vein, as Knight moved south inside the stadium, Marcus Morris was now giving a speech that was part elegy to the dead and part celebration of all the great and wonderful things that had happened at the London Games, in spite of Cronus and his furies. Knight glanced at the programme and thought, "We've got a few more speeches, a spectacle or two, the turning over of the Olympic flag to Bazil, and then a few words by the mayor of Rio and—" "Anything, Peter?" Jack asked over the radio. They changed security frequencies in case Lancer was trying to monitor their broadcasts. "Nothing," he replied, "but it still doesn't feel right." That thought was paramount in Knight's mind until the organisers broke from the scheduled programme to introduce some special guests. Dr. Hunter Pierce appeared on the stage along with Zeke Shaw and the 4 runners who'd won marathon gold. They pushed Filatri Mundaho in a wheelchair before them, a sheet over his legs. Medical personnel followed. Mundaho had suffered 3rd-degree burns over much of his lower body and had endured several excruciating abrasion procedures during the past week. The co-world record holder in the 100 metres should have been in agony, unable to rise from his hospital bed, but you'd never have known it. The orphaned ex-boy soldier's head was up, proud and erect. He was waving to the crowd, which leapt to its collective feet and began cheering for him. Knight's eyes watered. Mundaho was showing incredible courage, along with an iron will and a depth of humanity that Lancer could not even begin to fathom. They gave the sprinter his gold medal ceremony, and during the playing of the Cameroonian national anthem, Knight was hard-pressed to find someone in the stadium who wasn't teary-eyed. Then Hunter Pierce began to talk about the legacy of the London Games, arguing that it would ultimately signify a rekindling of and rededication to Pierre de Coubertin's original Olympic dreams and ideals. At first, Knight was held enraptured by the American diver's speech. But then he forced himself to tune her out, to try to think like Lancer and like Lancer's alter ego Cronus. He thought about the last few things that the madman had said to him. He tried to see Lancer's words as if they were printed on blocks that he could pick up and examine in detail. At the end, just before you die, Knight, I'm going to make sure that you and your children witness how I ingeniously manage to snuff out the Olympic spirit forever. Knight considered each and every word, exploring their meaning in every sense, and that's when it hit him. The seventh to last word in the sentence. He triggered his radio microphone and said, "You don't snuff out a spirit, Jack." "Come back with that, Peter," Jack said. Knight was already running towards the exit, saying, "Lancer told me he was going to snuff out the Olympic spirit forever. And you don't snuff out a spirit, Jack. You snuff out a flame." Chapter 112. Look at me now, hiding in plain sight of 100,000 people and cameras linked to billions more. Fated. Chosen. Gifted by the gods, I am clearly a being superior in every way, certainly superior to pathetic Mundaho and Shaw, and that conniving bitch Hunter Pierce, and the other athletes down there on the stage inside the stadium, all of them condemning me as a... The wind is picking up. I shift my attention to the wind. Northwest, far beyond the stadium, far beyond London. Out there, on the horizon, dark clouds are boiling up into thunderheads. What could be more fitting as a backdrop? Fated, I think, before I hear a roar go up in the stadium. What's this? Sir Elton John and Sir Paul McCartney are coming onto the stage and taking seats at opposite white pianos. Who's that with them? Marianne Faithfull. Oh, for pity's sake, they're singing Let It Be to Mundaho. At their monstrous screeching, you can't begin to understand how much I want to abandon my stance of attention, rub my scar, and end this hypocritical pap right now. But with my eyes locked dead ahead into the approaching storm, I tell myself to stay calm and follow the plan to its natural and fated ending. To keep the infernal singing from getting to me, I focus on the fact that just a few minutes from now I will reveal myself, and when I do, I'll be able to rejoice in their shared horror, McCartney, John, and Faithfull too. I'll watch them all trampling over Mundaho as they run for the exits, and I joyously make one final sacrifice in the name of every true Olympian who ever lived. Chapter 113. Hearing the crowd in the stadium singing Let It Be, Knight raced towards the base of the orbit,
seeing Jack already there ahead of him, interrogating the Gurkhas guarding the staircase that wound its way up the tower's DNA-like superstructure towards the circular observation deck. When night arrived, legs cramping and head splitting, he gasped, "Was Lancer up there? They say the only people who went up after 3:30 was some SAS snipers, a dog team, and the 2 Queen's Guardsmen protecting the— Can we alert them?" "The men on the roof," Knight said, cutting Jack off. "I don't know," Jack said. I don't think so. I think Lancer plans to blow up the cauldron. Maybe this entire structure. Where's the propane tank and feeder line that keep the flame alight?" "It's over this way," called the strained voice of a man hurrying them. Stuart Meeks was head of facilities at the Olympic Park, a short man in his 50s who sported a pencil-thin moustache and slicked-back hair. He carried an iPad and sweated profusely as he used an electronic code to open a door set flush in the concrete floor. The steps beneath the door led down into a massive utility basement that ran beneath the western legs of the orbit and out under the river and the plaza towards the stadium. "How big is the tank down there?" Knight asked as Meeks lifted the door. "Huge. 500,000 litres," Meeks said, holding out the iPad, which showed a schematic of the gas system. "But as you can see here, it serves all the propane needs in the park, not just the cauldron. The gas is drawn from the main reservoir here into smaller holding tanks at each of the venues, and in the athletes' village, of course. It was designed, like the electrical station, to be self-sufficient." Knight gaped at him. "Are you saying, if it blows, everything blows?" "No, I don't—" Meek stopped. He turned pale. "I honestly don't know." Jack said, "Peter and I were with Lancer 10 days ago, up on the observation deck, shortly after he'd finished inspecting security on the cauldron. Did Lancer go down into this basement during that inspection, Stu?" Meeks nodded. "Mike insisted on looking at everything one last time. From the tank and up the line, all the way to the coupling that connects the piping to the cauldron. It took us more than an hour." "We don't have an hour," Knight said. Jack was already on the steep ladder, preparing to climb down to inspect the giant propane tank. "Call in the dogs again, Stu. Send them down as soon as they get here. Peter, trace the gas line up to the roof." Knight nodded before asking Meeks if he had any tools with him. The facilities director unsnapped a Leatherman from a pouch on his hip and told Knight he'd send a schematic of the gas line system to his phone. No more than 20 yards up the spiral staircase that climbed the orbit, Knight felt his phone buzz, alerting him to the arrival of the schematic. He was about to open the link when he thought of something that made the diagram seem irrelevant at this point. He keyed his microphone and said, "Stuart, how is the gas line to the cauldron controlled? By that I mean, is there a manual valve up there that controls the gas flow that will have to be moved for the flame in the cauldron to go out? Or will it be done electronically?" "Electronically," Meeks replied. "Before it connects to the cauldron, the line runs through a crawl space that's part of the ductwork in the ceiling above the restaurant and below the roof." Despite the pounding in his skull and his general sense of irritability, Knight was picking up the pace as he climbed. The wind was strong now. In the distance, he thought he heard the rumble of thunder. "Any way to get on the roof?" he asked. "There are 2 hatches with retractable doors and staircases on opposite sides of the roof," Meeks said. "That's how the guardsmen have been climbing up and down for their shifts. There's also an exhaust grate in the ductwork, several feet from that valve you asked about." Before Knight could think about that, he heard Jack say, "Main tank appears clear. Stuart, we know the max volume and what it's holding?" There was a long pause before the Olympic Park's facility supervisor said in a hoarse voice, "It was filled again at dawn. Day before yesterday, Jack." 200 feet above the Olympic Park, Knight now understood that underground, between the orbit and the stadium, was a mega explosive device, certainly capable of toppling the tower, but also of causing tremendous damage to the south end of the stadium
and everyone seated there. Not to mention what might happen if a central explosion set off other detonations around the venue.
"Evacuate, Jack," Knight said. "Tell security to stop the ceremony and get everyone out of the stadium and out of the park." "But what if he's watching?" Jack said. "What if he can trigger it remotely?" "I don't know," Knight said, feeling torn. His personal inclination was to turn around and get the hell out of there. He was a father. He'd already almost died once today. Could he dare tempt fate twice? Still climbing, Knight toggled on the schematic on his phone, looking for the digitally controlled cauldron valve that was somewhere between the roof and the restaurant ceiling. At a glance, he felt almost sure that that control valve was the most likely place for Lancer to attach a triggering device to the main gas line. If he could reach it, he could defuse it. If he couldn't...
Chapter 114. Lightning flashed in the near distance, and the wind began to gust as Knight reached the entrance to the observation deck of the orbit. Samba music blared from inside the Olympic Stadium as part of Brazil's tribute to the 2016 Games. Though they'd been warned that he was coming, the Gurkhas at the entry insisted on checking Knight's ID before allowing him to enter. Inside, he was met by the senior SAS man, a guy named Creston, who said that he and his team and the skeleton television camera crew had been on the deck since roughly 5 o'clock, when the restaurant had been closed to everyone but the Queen's Guardsmen who were using the gents inside to change in and out of uniform. Queen's Guard, Knight thought. Lancer's regiment served in the Guard. Hadn't he said that?
"Get me in that restaurant," Knight said. "There might be a triggering device tied into the gas line above the kitchen."
In seconds, Knight was running through the restaurant towards the kitchen with the SAS man in tow. Knight looked over his shoulder at him.
"Are the roof hatches open?"
"No," Creston said. "Not until the end of the ceremony. They're timed." "No way to talk to the guardsmen up there?" He shook his head. "They aren't even armed. It's a ceremonial bit." Knight pressed his microphone. "Stuart, where do I go up through the ceiling?" "In the kitchen, left of the oven hood," Meeks replied. "The kitchen is past the toilets and through the double doors." As Knight went into the hallway towards the kitchen, he saw the gents, remembered that the guardsmen got changed there, and had a sudden strange intuition. "When did the relieved guards leave?" he asked the SAS man. Creston shrugged. "Right after their shift. They had seats inside the stadium." "They changed and left." He nodded. Still, rather than barge on into the kitchen, Knight stopped and pushed on the door of the ladies' toilet. "What are you doing?" Creston asked. "Not sure," Knight said, seeing it empty and then squatting to peer under the stools. All empty. He quickly crossed to the gents and did the same, finding a black man's naked body stuffed into the farthest stool. "We have a dead guardsman in the men's loo up here," Knight barked into his radio as he headed towards the kitchen. "I believe Lancer has taken his uniform and is now on the roof." He looked at the SAS man. "Figure out how to get those hatch doors open." Creston nodded and took off, with Knight going in the opposite direction, bursting into the kitchen and quickly spotting the trap door in the ceiling, left of the restaurant's oven hood and vent. Dragging a stainless steel food preparation table over beneath the trap door, he triggered his mic and said, "Can we get a visual on the guards to confirm that one of them is Lancer?" Listening to Jack relay the request to snipers high atop the stadium, Knight noticed the padlock on the trap door for the first time. "I need a combination, Stuart," he said into his radio. Meeks gave it to him, and with shaking hands, Knight spun the dial and felt the lock give. He used a broom to push the trapdoor open, then looked around the kitchen one last time to see if there was anything he might be able to use or might need to shut down a gas line. A self-igniting blowtorch of the kind that chefs use to caramelize sugar caught his eye. He snatched it up. Knight tossed the torch up into the crawl space
and then swung his arms twice to loosen them before jumping up and grabbing the sides of the trapdoor frame. He hung there a second, took a deep breath, and raised his legs in front of him before driving them backward with enough force for him to be able to lurch his way up into the cavity between the restaurant ceiling and the roof of the orbit. Knight pulled out a slim torch, flipped it on, and pushing the blowtorch in front of him, wriggled towards a piece of copper pipe that bisected the ductwork about 6 feet away. Knight didn't have to get much closer to see the bumpy black electrical tape wrapped around it, securing a mobile phone and something else to the gas line. "I've got the trigger. It's a small magnesium bomb taped to the gas line," he said. "It's not on a timer. He's going to blow it remotely. Shut down the entire gas system. Put out the Olympic flame. Now!" Chapter 115. Blow, winds. Blow. Lightning flashes and thunder blasts northwest towards Crouch End and Stroud Green, not far at all from where my drug-addled parents gave birth to me. It is fitting. It is fated. Indeed, as the jackass who runs the International Olympic Committee prepares to have the flags lowered, declare the games over, and order the flame extinguished, I fully embrace my destiny. Breaking from my stance of rigid attention, I gaze into the black wall of the oncoming storm, thinking how remarkable it is that my life has been like a track oval, starting and finishing in much the same place. Pulling out a mobile phone from my pocket, I hit a number on speed dial and hear it connect. Pocketing the phone, I take up my rifle, take 2 strides forward and pivot to my right towards the cauldron. Chapter 116. A few minutes earlier, Karen Pope trudged out into the west stands of the Olympic Stadium just as IOC President Jacques Rogge, looking haggard and grave, walked to the lectern on the stage. The reporter had just filed her latest update to the Sun's website, describing the escape of Knight and his children, the death of Marta and her sisters, and the global manhunt for Mike Lancer. As Rogge spoke over the noise of a rising wind and against the building rumour of thunder, Pope was thinking that these cursed games were finally almost over. Goodbye and good riddance as far as she was concerned. She never wanted to write about the Olympics again, though she knew that was an impossible dream. She felt depressed and lethargic, and wondered if what she was feeling was as much battle fatigue as the desperate need to sleep. And Knight wasn't answering his phone. Neither was Jack Morgan or Inspector Pottersfield. What was going on that she didn't know about? As Rogge droned on, preparing to declare the games at an end, Pope happened to look up at the cauldron atop the orbit, seeing the flame billow in the wind. She admitted that she looked forward to seeing it extinguished, while feeling somewhat guilty about the Queen's guardsman to the cauldron's left suddenly lifted his gun, threw off his bearskin hat, walked out in front of the Olympic flame, pivoted, and opened fire. The other guard jerked, staggered, and fell to his side and off the platform. His body hit the roof, slid and slipped off the orbit, plunging, and then gone. Pope's gasp of horror was obliterated by the screams of the multitude in the stadium, rising into one trembling cry, before a booming voice coming over the public address system drowned it out. "You sorry, inferior creatures! You didn't think an instrument of the gods would let you off that easily, did you?" Chapter 117. I clutched the mobile phone in my left hand, speaking into it, and hearing the power in my voice echo back to me. "All you SAS snipers out there in the park,
Don't be stupid. I'm holding a triggering device. If you shoot me, this entire tower, much of the stadium, and tens of thousands of lives will be lost. Below me the crowd erupts and turns as frenzied as rats fleeing a sinking ship. Seeing them scurry and claw, I smile with utter satisfaction. Tonight marks the end of the modern Olympics, I thunder. Tonight we snuff out the flame that has burned so corruptly since that traitor de Coubertin came up with this mockery of the true games more than a century ago.
Chapter 118. Knight heard the gunshots and Lancer's booming threat through an exhaust grate in the ceiling of the ductwork several feet beyond the gas line and the triggering device. He didn't have time to try and defuse the trigger, and for all he knew, Lancer had booby-trapped it to go off if it was tampered with. "How about cutting off the tanks?" he asked over his radio. "It's a disaster, Peter," Jack shot back. "He's welded the valves open." Above him, Lancer launched into a longer tirade, beginning with the doctors in Barcelona who had drugged him to prevent him from winning gold in the decathlon, from being named the greatest all-round athlete in the world, and in the background, Knight could hear the petrified crowd trying to escape the stadium. He understood he had only one chance. He pushed the blowtorch forward and crawled after it, past the gas line and the triggering device, until he lay beneath the exhaust grate. Through the slats, he saw flashes of approaching lightning and the billowing glow of the Olympic flames still burning. 4 bolts held the grate in place. All of them looked sealed in some kind of chemical resin. Maybe he could melt it. Knight grabbed the blowtorch and ignited it. As fast as he could, he heated the resin until it melted. Then he grabbed the nearest bolt head, with the pliers on the Leatherman tool that Meeks had given him, and wrenched at it. He felt thrilled when it gave. Chapter 119. Lightning inscribes the sky, and thunder booms like close cannon fire as I bellow at the crazed crowd trying to escape the stadium. For these reasons, and 1,000 others, the modern games must end. Surely you understand. But instead of screams of terror or even calls of agreement, I'm hearing something I did not expect in return. The monsters are booing me. They're catcalling and casting filthy slurs on my genius, my superiority. These are the final indignities of a martyr for a just cause. Stabbing, hurtful, but nothing like a roadside bomb or even a rock, nothing that can stop me from seeing my fate fulfilled. Still, this rejection is enough to raise a wave of hatred in me like no other, a tsunami of loathing for all the monsters in the stadium before me. Looking up into the thundering dark sky that is now spitting lightning and hurling rain, I cry, "For you, gods of Olympus! I do this all for you!" Chapter 120. Night was already well beyond the exhaust vent, up on the raised platform surrounding the cauldron, and now charging at full tilt through the pouring rain. Before the madman's thumb could hit the mobile send button, Knight hit Lancer low, hard, and from the side, a stunning blow that caused the crazed Olympian to lurch and fall to the floor of the platform. His automatic weapon skittered away. Knight landed on top of Lancer, who was still clutching the mobile phone. The former decathlon champion was some 10 years older than Knight, but he quickly proved bigger, stronger, and more skilled as a fighter. Lancer backhanded Knight so hard that the private London agent was thrown off and almost slammed his face against the searing wall of the cauldron. The infernal heat and the drenching rain revived him almost instantly. He twisted, seeing that Lancer was trying to regain his feet, but Knight kicked viciously at the madman's ankle and connected. Lancer howled, stumbled to one knee, and was rising again when Knight got his right forearm around the man's bull neck from behind, trying to get a chokehold on him, and seized the mobile before the gas bomb could be triggered. He squeezed Lancer's throat and grabbed at his thumb, trying to pry loose his grip on the phone. But then Lancer jammed his chin down on Knight's forearm, twisted his torso, and threw elbow punches that struck Knight hard on ribs still bruised from the Fury's attempt to run him down. The private London agent grunted in dire pain but held on, thinking of Luke and Isabel before taking a cue from his son. He bit brutally at the back of the insane man's head, feeling a chunk of thick scar tissue tear away from Lancer's scalp. Lancer screamed in agony and rage. Knight bit again, this time lower, his teeth sinking into neck muscles as a lion might try to cripple a buffalo. Lancer went berserk. He swung and bucked, bellowing in blind primal fury, and throwing meaty fists over his shoulder, hitting Knight in the head before pummeling his torso with elbow blows again, left and right, blows so hard that several of the private agent's ribs cracked and broke. It was too much for him. Knight's breath was knocked out of him, and the pain in his side erupted with such force that he grunted, releasing both his bite and the chokehold that he'd had on Lancer's neck. He fell to the platform in the rain, groaning and fighting for air, and a relief from the agony that now consumed him. Blood dripping from his bite wounds, Lancer turned and glared down at Knight in triumph and in loathing. "You had no chance, Knight," he gloated, backing away and raising the mobile phone towards the sky again. "You were up against an infinitely superior being. You had no—" Knight flung the Leatherman at Lancer. It flew end over end before the narrow prongs of the pliers struck Lancer and pierced deep into his right eye. Staggering backwards, still clutching the mobile, reaching futilely for the tool that had sealed his fate, Lancer let out a series of blood-curdling screams, worthy of some mythical creature of doom, like Cronus after Zeus threw him deep into the darkest and deepest pit in Tartarus. For a second, Knight feared Lancer would find his balance and manage to trigger the bomb. But then, thunder exploded directly over the orbit, throwing a single white-hot jagged bolt that ignored the lightning rods fixed high above the observation deck and struck the butt end of the Leatherman tool protruding from Lancer's eye, electrocuting the self-described instrument of the gods and hurling him back and over into the cauldron, where he was engulfed and consumed by the roaring Olympic flame. Epilogue. Monday, the 13th of August, 2012. On the 3rd floor of St. Thomas's Hospital, sitting in a wheelchair, Knight smiled stiffly at the people gathered around the beds that held Luke and Isabel, while the effects of what turned out to be a concussion had mellowed to a dull thumping in his head. His broken and bruised ribs were killing him, making each breath feel like saws working in his chest. But he was alive. His kids were alive. The Olympics had been saved and avenged by forces far beyond Knight's understanding. And Inspector Elaine Pottersfield had just entered the room, carrying 2 small chocolate cakes, each adorned with 3 lit birthday candles. Never one to miss the chance to sing, Hooligan broke into Happy Birthday and was joined by the twins' nurses and doctors, and by Jack Morgan, Karen Pope, and Knight's mother. Even Gary Boss, who'd arrived early to decorate the hospital room with bright balloons and bunting, joined in. "Close your eyes and make a wish," the twins' aunt said. "Dream big," their grandmother cried. Isabel and Luke closed their eyes for a second, and then opened them, took deep breaths, and blew out every one of the candles. Everyone cheered and clapped. Pottersfield cut the cakes. Ever the journalist, Pope asked, "What did you wish for?" Knight's son got annoyed. "Lukey not telling you. It's secret." But Isabel looked at Pope matter-of-factly and said, "I wished we could have a new mummy." Her brother's face clouded. "No fair. That's what Lukey wished for." There were soothing sounds of sympathy all around, and Knight felt his heart break once again. His daughter was staring at him. "No more nannies, Daddy." "No more nannies," he promised, glancing at his mother. "Right, Amanda? Only if they are under my direct and constant supervision," she said. "Or mine," Boss said. Cake and ice cream were served. After several bites, Pope said, "You know what threw me about Lancer? Kept me from ever considering him as a suspect." "What's that?" Hooligan asked. "He had one of his furies try to run him down on day one," she said. "Right?" "Definitely," Knight said. "I'll bet he had that planned from the beginning. I just happened to be there." "There was another clue if you think about it," Hooligan said. "Cronus never sent you a letter detailing the reasons why Lancer should die." "I never thought of that," Knight said. "Neither did I," Jack said, getting up from his chair and dumping his paper plate into the wastebasket. After they had finished eating and had unwrapped the presents that everyone seemed to have brought, Knight's children were soon drowsy. When Isabel's eyes closed and Luke started to rock and suck his thumb, Amanda and Boss left with whispered promises to return in the morning to help see home Knight and the twins. His sister-in-law was next to depart, saying, "Hiring a war criminal as your nanny was not your finest hour, Peter. But ultimately, you were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Kate would have been so proud of how hard you fought for your children, for the Olympics, for London, for everyone." Knight's heart broke yet again. "I'd hug you, Elaine, but..." She blew him a kiss and said she was going to check up on Selina Farrell and James Daring, and walked out the door. "I've got a present for you before I leave, Peter," Jack said. "I want you to have an obscene raise, and I want you to take your kids to somewhere tropical for a few weeks. It's on private. We'll work out the details after I get back to L.A. Speaking of which, I've got a jet to catch." After Private's owner had gone, Pope and Hooligan got up to leave as well. "We're off to the pub then," Hooligan said. "Highlights of the entire Olympic football tournament to watch." "We?" Knight said, arching his eyebrow at Pope. The reporter slipped her arm around Hooligan's waist and smiled. "Turns out we share a lot in common, Knight. My brothers are all football mad lads as well." Knight smiled. "There's a certain symmetry there." Hooligan grinned and threw his arm around Pope's shoulder. "Think you're right about that, Peter?" "Bloody right," Pope said, and they departed, laughing. The nurses followed, and Knight was left alone in the hospital room with his children. He looked up at the television for a moment and saw a shot of the Olympic flame still burning over London. After Lancer's death, Jacques Roger had asked that the flame should burn on a while longer, and the government had immediately agreed. It was, Knight decided, a good thing. Then he let his attention dwell on Luke and Isabel, thinking how beautiful they were, and thanking the gods for saving them from a cruel ending. He sighed, thinking of how his heart had fallen apart when Isabel and Luke had both wished for a new mother, and again when Elaine had told him how proud Kate would have been of him. Kate. He missed her still, and thought morosely that maybe she had been his singular mate, the one and only love that fate had in store for him. Maybe it was his destiny to go on alone, to raise the children and... A knock came at the door, and an American woman's cheery voice called softly from out in the hall, "Mr. Knight? Are you in there?" Knight looked towards the door. "Yes?" A very beautiful and athletic woman slipped in. He knew her immediately and tried to get to his feet, whispering, "You're Hunter Pierce." "I am," the diver said, smiling brightly now and studying him closely. "Don't get up." "I heard you were injured." "Only a bit," he said. "I was lucky. We were all lucky." Pierce nodded, and Knight could not help but think that she was dazzling up close and in person. He said, "I was there at the aquatic centre when you won gold." "Were you?" she said, pressing her fingers to the small of her neck. Knight's eyes were watering, and he did not know why. "I reckon it was the finest example of grace under pressure that I've ever had the honour of witnessing. And the way you spoke out against Cronus, forcefully, consistently, it was, well, simply remarkable. And I hope people have told you that." The diving champion smiled. "Thank you, but all of us, Shaw, Mondajo, all of the athletes, they sent me here to tell you that we thought your performance last night outshone us all." No, really," Pierce said emphatically. "I was there in the stadium, so were my children. We saw you fight him. You risked your life to save ours and the Olympics, and I wanted to thank you in person from the bottom of my heart." Knight felt emotion welling up in his throat. "I don't know what to say." The American diver looked over at his children. "And these are the brave twins we read about in the Sun this morning?" "Luke and Isabel," Knight says. "The lights of my life. They're beautiful. I'd say you're a blessed man, Mr. Knight." "Call me Peter," he said. "And honestly, you can't know how grateful I am to be here and to have them here. What a blessing it all is. And, well, to have you here, too." There was a long moment when they were both looking at each other, as if they just recognized something both familiar and long forgotten. Pierce cocked her head and said, "I'd only meant to pop in for a bit, Peter, but I just had a better thought." "What's that?" he asked. The American diver smiled again, and then affected a corny British accent, saying, "Would you fancy me wheeling you out of here down to the cafe? We can have a spot of tea and catch up, while your little lovelies are off sailing in the land of Nod." Knight felt flooded with happiness. "Yes," he said. "Yes. I believe I'd like that very much." Private Games is published by Random House Audiobooks, a division of the Random House Group. Copyright James Patterson and Mark Sullivan, 2012. Copyright in recording Random House Audiobooks. James Patterson and Mark Sullivan have asserted their right under the CDPA 1988 to be identified as the authors of this work.